Before we go any further, take a second to settle in. This is not fast history. This is the kind of story you let play while the world slows down. If you enjoy long, honest storytelling that doesn't rush to impress, make sure you're subscribed, because this kind of content only works when people choose patience over noise. Long before nights became symbols, they were problems waiting to be solved. Europe was not a stage. It was a landscape of mud, forests, poorly kept roads, and constant uncertainty. Violence was not dramatic. It was local, sudden, and deeply personal. A man did not wake up thinking about glory. He woke up thinking about whether his land would still be his by nightfall. The first warriors, who would later be called knights, did not see themselves as noble figures. They were armed men with obligations. Most were tied to landowners, not causes. They fought because fighting was their role in a system that offered few alternatives. Protection was currency. If you could provide it, you mattered. A man named Aldrich grew into this world without ceremony. No prophecy followed his birth. His father was not famous. His name would never appear in songs. He learned early that survival depended on awareness, not courage. When older men spoke, he listened. When they practiced, he copied them. No one talked about honor. They talked about what worked. Weapons were not extensions of personality. They were solutions to specific problems. A spear was not romantic. It was long, cheap, and effective, kept danger at a distance. Aldrich learned that reach mattered more than strength. A man who could control space lived longer than a man who swung wildly. Swords came later, and not for the reasons movies suggest. A sword was expensive. It required skill to maintain and even more skill to use well. Most men did not carry one because they were heroes. They carried one because it was useful once formations broke and space collapsed. Armor followed the same logic. No one wore more than they could endure for hours. Heavy protection looked impressive but exhausted the wearer quickly. Aldrich saw men collapse without a wound simply because they misjudged their limits. Armor that saved you in the first clash could kill you by the third. If this already feels different from the stories, that's the point. Stay with it. Training was not formal in the way later generations imagine. There were no clean yards with perfect symmetry. Practice happened wherever space allowed. Fields, courtyards, forest clearings. Men trained in groups because fighting alone was a mistake. Lone bravery ended badly more often than not. Aldrich learned to move with others, not ahead of them. The goal was not to be seen. The goal was to still be standing when the noise stopped. He learned that chaos favored those who conserved energy. Big swings wasted breath. Tight movements preserved it. The body was the real battlefield. Hunger weakened judgment. Cold stiffened fingers. Fear narrowed vision. None of that cared about ideals. Aldrich's instructors never said the word fear like it was shameful. They treated it like weather. You adjusted or you suffered. Before we continue deeper, if this slower, grounded way of telling history feels right, take a moment to like the video. It helps this kind of work exist. The myth of the knight would come later. For now, there were just men learning how not to die. Weapons were chosen for reliability. Spears broke. Shields splintered. Nothing was permanent. Aldrich learned to expect failure. When a tool failed, you adapted. When you couldn't adapt, you fell. That lesson stayed with him longer than any oath. Combat rarely looked like a single charge. It was movement, hesitation, probing, and sudden collapse. Lines bent before they broke. Men stepped forward and back constantly, testing resolve more than strength. The first death often decided the rest. Once blood appeared, the imagination filled the gaps fearfully. Aldrich noticed that most men did not want to kill. They wanted the other side to leave. Killing happened when no one backed down in time. That truth would later be erased by stories of fearless warriors. But in reality, hesitation was everywhere. The sword was not swung like an axe. It was used to threaten space, to cut when openings appeared, to hook shields, to press advantage carefully. Wild slashing was a sign of panic. Calm hands survived. Armor changed how weapons were used. Against mail, cutting mattered less than force. Thrusts targeted gaps. Grappling became common. Aldrich learned that once bodies collided, the fight turned ugly and intimate. Weapons were shortened, reversed, or dropped entirely. This was not cinematic. It was exhausting and frightening. Men fell not because they were weak, but because they were overwhelmed. 2 against 1 decided more fights than skill ever did. Aldrich learned to watch the edges of conflict, not the center. That's where danger slipped through. The idea of the knight as an individual champion did not exist yet. Identity was tied to function. You were part of a group that either held or broke. Glory was not assigned afterward. It was irrelevant. As Aldrich aged, his role changed. He trained others, not with speeches but with correction. He told them when their stance was wrong, when they wasted motion, when their armor was too heavy for their strength. He taught them to rest before exhaustion, not after. These lessons were practical, not moral. Survival shaped ethics, not the other way around. If you're still listening, you're exactly where you should be. This story builds slowly because reality did. Violence shaped communities in subtle ways. Villages learned patterns. They knew when armed men passed through whether trouble followed. Knights were not always protectors. Sometimes they were the threat. Power without oversight drifted easily. Aldrich understood that weapons did not make men noble. They made them capable. Character decided the rest. That distinction would later be lost when armor became costume and swords became symbols. He had seen men hide behind ideals to justify cruelty. He had also seen men use force reluctantly to prevent worse harm. The difference was never the weapon. It was the person. As the years passed, equipment improved slowly. Mail became more refined. Helmets offered better vision. But the core truth stayed the same. Fatigue killed. Panic spread. Discipline saved. The seeds of the knightly myth were already forming, quietly. Songs exaggerated. Retellings simplified. The messiness faded with each repetition. Aldrich noticed, but he did not argue. Stories were not for men like him. They were for those far from the mud. That distance would grow. Before we pause, take a moment to subscribe if you haven't. This story is long because understanding takes time. What Aldrich did not know was that his lived reality would one day be unrecognizable to those who admired his image. His tools would be polished. His fear would be erased. His limits would be ignored. But that comes later. For now, the world is still close, loud, and uncertain. And survival still depends on knowing how weapons were actually used, not how they would someday be remembered. As seasons passed, Aldrich learned that survival was not about mastering one weapon, but about understanding when each tool stopped being useful. Spears ruled open ground, but failed in tight spaces. Shields saved lives until they broke. Swords solved problems only after everything else had gone wrong. The men who lived longest were not the strongest. They were the ones who adapted fastest. Battles were rare, but violence was constant. Raids, skirmishes, escorts, and showings of force made up most of a warrior's life. The idea of one decisive clash deciding everything belonged mostly to storytellers. Real power came from persistence, from showing up again and again until resistance collapsed on its own. Aldrich learned how much fighting depended on morale. Weapons mattered, but belief mattered more. Men who thought they were losing usually were. Fear moved faster than steel. Once panic spread, no armor could stop it. This was why formation mattered so much. Standing alone felt heroic, but standing together felt safer. Shields overlapped, spears aligned. The line became something larger than the men inside it. Aldrich understood that this was the real strength of early knights. Not individual skill, but collective pressure. Hollywood would later imagine knights charging in isolation. Reality punished that behavior quickly. Armor taught its own lessons. Mail protected well, but it pulled at the shoulders. Helmets saved lives, but narrowed vision and trapped heat. Aldrich learned to remove his helmet whenever he could, listening closely for danger instead of relying on sight alone. Sound carried warnings vision missed. Breathing mattered. Men who panicked breathed too fast and tired early. Aldrich trained himself to slow down even when his heart raced. He learned to measure effort, to save strength for the moments that mattered. That discipline separated veterans from the dead. When swords came into play, everything felt closer. There was no room for wide swings. Edges cut, but points killed. Aldrich learned to aim for openings, not armor. Under the arm, the throat, the back of the knee. This knowledge was not cruelty. It was efficiency. Ending a fight quickly saved everyone energy. He also learned that weapons failed. Blades chipped, hilts loosened, grips slipped with sweat and blood. Losing a weapon was common. Surviving without one was the real test. Grappling decided more fights than swords. Once bodies collided, strength and balance mattered more than steel. Men wrestled in armor, trying to force each other down. The ground was dangerous. Falling meant vulnerability. Aldrich trained to stay upright at all costs. If he fell, he learned to roll, to rise fast, to protect his neck. There were no rules, only outcomes. As Aldrich's reputation grew, younger men watched him closely. They expected speeches. He gave corrections instead. He showed them how to shift weight, how to hold a spear without locking the arm, how to rest without fully relaxing. He taught them that readiness lived in the middle space between tension and calm. He never promised safety. He promised preparation. If you're still listening, stay with me. This slow detail is what separates truth from fantasy. Weapons also shaped social order. A man who could afford armor had leverage. A man who controlled armed followers had power. Knights did not rise because they were virtuous. They rose because violence rewarded organization. Over time, that organization hardened into class. Aldrich watched that change with mixed feelings. Structure brought stability. It also brought abuse. Lords demanded service. Protection became obligation. Those who carried weapons enforced rules whether they agreed with them or not. The idea of chivalry did not exist yet, but the need for restraint already did. Without it, armed men became predators. Aldrich had seen both outcomes. He knew that weapons amplified character. They did not replace it. As years went on, Aldrich survived long enough to notice something unsettling. Stories about fighting spread faster than knowledge about surviving it. Songs simplified, tales exaggerated. The messy parts disappeared. Young men arrived expecting glory. Aldrich trained them to expect exhaustion. He corrected their grip. He adjusted their armor. He showed them scars instead of trophies. Some listened, some didn't. The ones who didn't rarely stayed long. The myth of the knight was being born quietly, shaped by distance. People far from danger wanted clean stories. People close to danger wanted clarity. Those desires did not match. Aldrich understood that truth did not travel well. It needed patience. It needed context. Most of all, it needed listeners willing to let go of fantasy. Before we bring this part to a close, take a second to like the video if this grounded approach to medieval warfare feels real. It helps serious history find its audience. By the end of his career, Aldrich carried fewer weapons and more caution. He avoided unnecessary fights. He planned routes carefully. He valued rest over bravado. These were not the habits of a hero. They were the habits of a survivor. He did not know that centuries later, people would imagine knights as fearless champions swinging swords endlessly without tiring. If he had known, he might have laughed, or he might have been sad, because the truth was simpler. Knights survived not because they were fearless, but because they respected fear. Not because they were strong, but because they conserved strength. Not because they loved violence, but because they understood its cost. That understanding is where this story truly begins. Time did not slow for Aldrich, but his awareness of it sharpened. The more he survived, the more he understood that fighting was only a small part of what made a knight useful. Most of his value came before blades ever touched. Planning routes, reading people, judging risk, and knowing when not to fight mattered more than skill with steel. This was the part no one sang about. As armored warriors became more common, expectations changed. Lords wanted reliability. Villages wanted stability. Armed men were no longer just fighters. They became tools of order, for better or worse. Aldrich found himself enforcing boundaries, escorting messengers, standing guard during negotiations that could collapse into violence at any second. Weapons stayed close, but unused. That restraint required more discipline than battle ever had. If this kind of detail feels slower than what you're used to, stay with it. This is where the real history lives. The spear still dominated most encounters. Despite growing armor, nothing replaced reach. Aldrich trained men to keep spear points steady, not flashy. A shaking spear told everyone you were afraid. A still spear made people hesitate. Hesitation won fights before they started. Shields evolved as well. Shapes changed. Edges thickened. Some were reinforced with metal. Aldrich taught men not to hide behind shields, but to work with them. A shield was not a wall. It was a moving tool. Pushed, pulled, unbalanced. Used correctly, it controlled space as much as any weapon. Swords remained secondary. Useful, respected, but not central. Aldrich noticed that young men obsessed over swords anyway. They polished them, named them, treated them like proof of identity. He never discouraged pride outright, but he redirected it. He made them train with spears longer than they wanted. He made them carry shields until their arms burned. He explained that the sword was for when everything else failed. Most didn't understand at first. Armor also continued to change how weapons were used. Mail-resisted cuts well. Padding mattered more than people realized. Aldrich corrected men who wore armor wrong, who skipped layers, who prioritized appearance over function. Poor fit exhausted you faster than bad weather. He saw men survive direct blows because their armor absorbed force properly. He also saw men die because they couldn't breathe well enough to keep fighting. Breathing was everything. Aldrich trained men to fight at a pace they could sustain. He stopped drills early when form collapsed. He explained that exhaustion made cowards of everyone eventually. It wasn't an insult. It was biology. Fear was still present. Always. But experienced men learned to place it somewhere useful. Fear sharpened attention when controlled. Left unchecked, it scattered focus. Aldrich noticed that battles were often decided by the first mistake, not the strongest strike. A slip, a broken formation, a misunderstood signal. Once order cracked, violence surged in unpredictable ways. That unpredictability scared storytellers, so they erased it. If you're still listening, take a moment to like the video. It tells the algorithm that patience still has value. As Aldrich's responsibilities grew, so did the distance between him and those who romanticized his role. He sat in halls where men spoke confidently about war without understanding its cost. He listened to plans built on assumptions rather than experience. He learned to speak carefully. Blunt honesty offended powerful people, but silence carried risk too. He found ways to question without challenging pride directly. This was another skill no one trained you for. Weapons hung on walls during these meetings, polished and ceremonial. Aldrich noticed how differently they were treated indoors. Swords were symbols here. Outside, they were tools. The same object carried different meaning depending on distance from danger. That gap would widen with time. Younger knights began arriving with expectations shaped by stories instead of scars. They charged too hard. They overcommit. They ignored fatigue. Aldrich corrected them patiently until patience ran out. Some learned. Some didn't. Those who learned slowed down. They stopped trying to impress. They started paying attention. They asked better questions. They lived longer. Those who didn't became lessons for others. Aldrich also saw how violence shaped memory. Men remembered moments differently than they happened. Fear distorted time. Adrenaline erased detail. Stories smoothed rough edges. Within days, events sounded cleaner than they were. This bothered him more than he admitted. He realized that truth required effort to preserve. Without correction, myth replaced memory naturally. It wasn't malicious. It was human. Before we move further, stay subscribed if this kind of honest storytelling matters to you. It's the only way these slower truths survive. As years passed, Aldrich carried fewer weapons again, but more authority. He relied on reputation to prevent violence where possible. When that failed, he relied on preparation. The idea of the knight was solidifying around him, but it no longer belonged to him. Others were shaping it now. Poets, lords, clerics, each added meaning that fit their needs. Aldrich sensed that something important was being lost. Not intentionally, just gradually. Weapons were becoming props in a larger story. And stories were beginning to matter more than outcomes. That shift would change everything. As the meaning of knighthood continued to drift, Aldrich noticed that weapons were being discussed more often than they were being used. Men debated blade shapes, argued about armor thickness, and praised designs they had never tested under pressure. Knowledge became theoretical. Experience became optional. That worried him. He had learned that weapons only revealed their truth when everything else failed. On a quiet road escort, a spear felt heavy and unnecessary. In a sudden ambush, it felt like the only thing keeping death a few steps away. Context mattered more than craftsmanship. Aldrich insisted on drills that simulated exhaustion. He made men practice after long marches, not before. He forced them to fight with limited visibility, with sweat stinging their eyes, with hands numbed by cold. He wanted their first experience of failure to happen during training, not in real violence. Some complained. Most thanked him later. As armor improved, so did the tactics used against it. Cutting attacks faded further into the background. Thrusts, leverage, and wrestling took center stage. Aldrich showed men how to half-grip swords, choking up on the blade to control the point with precision. It looked strange to outsiders. It worked. He demonstrated how to use the pommel like a hammer, how to hook joints, how to force balance shifts rather than chase kills. The goal was control. Death followed control, not the other way around. This was never glamorous. Aldrich also understood the importance of terrain. Open ground favored formation. Forests broke lines. Narrow passes turned numbers into liabilities. He taught men to read land the way farmers read soil. Every slope mattered. Every obstacle changed outcomes. Weapons were chosen accordingly. Spears shortened. Shields adjusted. Helmets loosened or tightened depending on heat and sound. Nothing was fixed. Everything adapted. If you're still listening, you're hearing the part of history that usually gets skipped. Stay with it. The sword continued to gain symbolic power even as its practical role narrowed. Aldrich saw blades presented ceremonially, passed down as heirlooms, carried more for appearance than readiness. He did not mock this. Symbols helped societies organize belief, but he refused to confuse belief with function. He kept his own sword plain and well used. As Aldrich aged, he spent more time preventing violence than participating in it. His presence alone settled disputes. People recognized the calm that came from experience. He spoke less. He listened more. When he did speak, he chose words carefully. Weapons rested nearby, but untouched. He noticed how younger knights struggled with this phase. They wanted action. They wanted validation through risk. Aldrich tried to explain that restraint was the hardest skill to learn. Few listened until they lost someone they couldn't replace. Loss taught faster than instruction. Stories about knights continued to evolve. Songs now spoke of bravery without hesitation. Tales praised single combat and decisive charges. Aldrich heard these stories repeated by men who had never stood in a collapsing line or tried to breathe under a crushed shield. The gap between story and practice widened. Aldrich understood that this gap was inevitable. Distance softened memory. Comfort invited fantasy. People wanted heroes, not systems. They wanted clarity, not complexity. Weapons became shorthand for meaning. A sword meant justice. Armor meant honor. Shields meant protection. None of those meanings were wrong. They were incomplete. Before we bring this part to a close, take a moment to like the video if this deeper look at how weapons were actually used feels valuable. It helps long, careful storytelling survive. Aldrich's final lesson to those he trained was simple. Tools do not make decisions. People do. Weapons only amplify intent. If you do not understand yourself, no amount of steel will save you. He warned them that confidence without preparation was just noise. That fear ignored would return at the worst moment. That discipline was built slowly and lost quickly. Some took these lessons with them. Others forgot them the moment a crowd applauded. As Aldrich stepped further back from the role of fighter, he saw the knight becoming something else entirely. No longer just a warrior, but an idea others could reshape. His lived reality was already fading, replaced by cleaner narratives that felt easier to pass on. He did not fight this change. He understood it. Stories helped people cope with uncertainty. But he hoped, quietly, that some trace of the truth would survive beneath the polish. Weapons would remain. Armor would change. But the human limits beneath them would not. That truth carried forward whether people acknowledged it or not. And it would matter again. By the time Aldrich reached his later years, the world around him felt louder, even when it was quiet. More people carried weapons. More people spoke about violence with confidence. Fewer people understood what it actually cost. The balance had shifted. Knowledge that once came only from experience was now being replaced by secondhand certainty. Aldrich noticed it first in training yards. Movements became sharper but less controlled. Men chased speed over balance. They tried to end drills quickly instead of correctly. They wanted results that looked impressive rather than habits that kept them alive. He corrected them patiently, but patience had limits. Weapons training had become performative. Young knights practiced flourishes that looked good in open space but failed under pressure. Aldrich forced them into tighter drills. He closed distances. He removed room to maneuver. Panic surfaced immediately. That panic told him everything. If you're listening closely, this is where the difference between myth and reality becomes impossible to ignore. Stay with it. Aldrich reminded them that most real fights happen too close for elegance. There was no space for wide swings or dramatic lunges. Bodies pressed together. Breath ran out. Vision narrowed. The man who stayed calm longest usually won. He demonstrated again and again that speed without control was just noise. A rushed strike opened you to counterattack. A measured thrust ended the exchange cleanly. This was not about aggression. It was about timing. Armor amplified these lessons. Plate was still rare, but mail and padding were widespread. Cutting attacks lost effectiveness. Aldrich showed how to use weight and leverage instead. How to push an opponent off balance. How to force mistakes rather than chase openings. He also taught them how quickly a fight could turn once someone fell. The ground changed everything. Balance vanished. Mobility disappeared. Weapons became awkward. Aldrich drilled recovery relentlessly. Stand fast or don't fall at all. Falling meant death more often than not. Aldrich also noticed how fear was being reframed. Instead of something to manage, it was treated as something to deny. Men boasted about being fearless. Aldrich knew better. Fear ignored became panic later. Fear acknowledged became caution. He made men admit fear aloud during training. Some laughed nervously. Some resisted. But over time, they learned that speaking it removed its power. This was not softness. It was discipline. Before we move further, take a second to like the video if this honest approach to medieval combat feels different from what you're used to. It helps serious storytelling reach people who want more than surface-level history. Weapons were also becoming markers of identity. A knight's sword defined him in the eyes of others. Aldrich saw how dangerous that was. When identity ties to a tool, losing the tool feels like losing the self. He trained men to fight without weapons whenever possible. Wrestling, balance drills, grappling in armor. Not because weapons were unimportant, but because dependency was deadly. Aldrich had survived too many broken blades to trust steel alone. He also paid attention to how violence shaped communities. As armed men became more common, disputes escalated faster. Words gave way to threats. Threats turned into bloodshed. Aldrich worked harder to de-escalate than to dominate. He learned that reputation mattered more than force. A calm presence prevented more violence than a drawn sword ever could. This was not weakness. It was efficiency. Young knights struggled with that lesson. They wanted recognition. They wanted proof of worth. Aldrich understood that hunger. He had felt it once. But he also knew how quickly it consumed judgment. He warned them that chasing validation through violence ended one of two ways. You died early, or you lived long enough to regret it. Neither outcome felt heroic. As the idea of knighthood spread, so did the gap between expectation and experience. People imagined knights as problem solvers. In reality, they were often problem managers, delaying collapse rather than preventing it. Weapons helped, but only within limits. Aldrich began keeping records, not of victories, but of mistakes. What went wrong? What assumptions failed? What signals were missed? He shared these lessons quietly with those willing to listen. This was knowledge no one wanted to hear until it was too late. If you're still listening, you're exactly where this story matters most. As Aldrich aged further, he noticed his reflexes slowing. He adjusted. He fought less. He planned more. He trusted younger men to execute while he observed patterns. This transition was not easy. Many knights resisted it. They clung to action long past wisdom. Aldrich let go earlier than most. He understood that leadership was not about presence in battle. It was about preventing unnecessary ones. Weapons rested more often now. But when they were drawn, they were used decisively. Aldrich had no patience left for performance. He demanded clarity, purpose, and restraint. The myth of the knight was growing louder around him. Stories praised bold charges and fearless stands. Aldrich listened quietly, knowing that most of those stories ended before the consequences began. What he didn't know yet was how far those stories would travel. As Aldrich watched younger knights move through the world, he realized that weapons had begun to serve two masters. One was necessity, the other was image. The second one was louder. It shaped how men stood, how they spoke, and how they imagined themselves before ever testing reality. This shift troubled him more than changing tactics ever had. He noticed that many knights now learned weapons backward. They began with the sword because it looked right, because it carried meaning. Only later did they learn the spear, the shield, the unglamorous tools that actually decided most encounters. Aldrich reversed that order deliberately. He forced men to earn their swords through patience. Training sessions grew harsher, not because Aldrich wanted suffering, but because he wanted honesty. He introduced confusion on purpose. Mixed commands, sudden changes. He watched who adapted and who froze. The battlefield never announced its intentions clearly. Training shouldn't either. Fear exposed truth faster than comfort ever could. Aldrich also noticed how armor had begun to influence behavior more than it should. Men in better gear took greater risks. They trusted protection too much. Aldrich reminded them constantly that armor delayed death. It did not prevent it. He showed them dents, crushed links, warped plates. He told them exactly how those injuries happened. Armor failures were lessons written in metal. If you're still listening, this is where the real separation happens between fantasy and lived experience. Stay with it. He spoke openly about killing, not as an achievement but as a consequence. He described how bodies reacted, how strength faded instantly once blood was lost, how panic spread through groups the moment someone fell unexpectedly. These details unsettled listeners. That was the point. Sanitized violence created dangerous confidence. Aldrich also trained men to recognize when fights were already lost. Pride kept men engaged long after logic demanded retreat. He drilled withdrawal the same way he drilled advance. Clean exits saved more lives than heroic stands ever did. This lesson clashed hard with emerging ideals. The idea that a knight should never retreat was gaining ground. Aldrich fought this belief relentlessly. He explained that retreat preserved force, preserved experience, preserved future options. Men who lived could fight again. Men who died could not. Some understood. Others dismissed him as cautious. Time would decide who was right. As Aldrich's influence grew, so did resistance to his methods. Some lords wanted spectacle. They wanted knights who looked impressive. Aldrich produced men who survived. Those goals did not always align. He adapted again. He learned when to push and when to compromise. He accepted that not every lesson would land, that some men needed failure to learn. He hated that truth, but he accepted it. Weapons continued to evolve slowly, but human behavior did not. Overconfidence still killed. Fatigue still eroded judgment. Fear still distorted perception. Aldrich found comfort in that consistency. It meant lessons retained value. He began telling stories of his own carefully. Not heroic tales, but instructional ones. He spoke about mistakes he made. Times he misjudged distance. Times he trusted armor too much. Times he hesitated when he should have acted. These confessions surprised younger men. Authority built on honesty felt different from authority built on legend. Before we close this part, take a second to like the video if this grounded, unsanitized look at knighthood feels valuable. It helps serious history stand out in a noisy space. As Aldrich neared the end of his active years, he saw clearly what knighthood was becoming. Less a profession of survival and more a performance of identity. He did not despise this change. He understood it. Societies needed symbols. They needed stories that made danger feel organized. But he also knew the cost. Weapons were now teaching the wrong lessons to those who learned from images instead of experience. Swords taught confidence. Spears taught patience. Shields taught cooperation. Armor taught limits. Aldrich worried that only the first lesson was being remembered. He stepped back gradually. He allowed younger men to lead. He watched them succeed and fail. He intervened only when failure would cascade beyond repair. This restraint was the hardest discipline of all. By the time Aldrich finally laid down his weapons for good, the night had already begun drifting away from its origins. The tools remained. The realities were fading. Stories grew cleaner. Fear disappeared from memory. Aldrich accepted that this was inevitable. What mattered was that somewhere beneath the stories, the truth still existed. In training scars, in cautious habits, in veterans who spoke quietly and listened more than they talked. That truth would resurface again and again whenever fantasy collapsed under pressure. Weapons would always reveal reality eventually. When Aldrich finally stepped away from constant travel, the quiet felt unfamiliar. Not peaceful, just empty. For decades, his days had been shaped by movement, tension, and the constant awareness that violence could appear without warning. Now, stillness pressed in around him, and with it came memory. He began spending more time watching instead of acting. Watching markets fill and empty. Watching guards stand post with more confidence than caution. Watching young men practice drills they believed made them ready. Aldrich saw mistakes forming before consequences followed. He noticed that many knights now treated weapons as extensions of personality. Loud men chose heavy blades. Quiet men favored slender ones. They believed tools reflected character. Aldrich knew the opposite was true. Tools shaped behavior. Carrying a weapon long enough changed how you moved, how you judged space, how quickly you chose force. This was not philosophy. It was habit. He began inviting younger knights to sit with him, not to train, but to talk. Few expected that. They arrived ready for lectures and left with questions instead. Aldrich asked them why they trusted certain weapons, why they favored certain tactics, why they believed some dangers mattered and others did not. Most had never been asked. The answers revealed patterns Aldrich had seen before. Overconfidence built on stories. Fear masked as aggression. Imitation mistaken for knowledge. None of it was new. What worried him was how little resistance these habits faced now. Weapons training had become ritual instead of preparation. Aldrich recalled his early years, when every weapon felt unfamiliar and dangerous. That discomfort forced respect. Now, familiarity bred carelessness. Men handled blades casually. They leaned on spears. They rested shields poorly. These were small things. They were also how accidents happened. If you're still listening, this is the quiet part of history most people miss. Stay with it. He also noticed how authority had shifted. Once, experience commanded respect naturally. Now, titles spoke louder. A young knight with the right backing could override veterans who had survived real violence. Aldrich saw bad decisions made confidently and corrected too late. Weapons did not forgive that kind of arrogance. He tried, when allowed, to remind men that steel had no loyalty. It did not care who carried it. It responded only to physics, timing, and force. Mistakes were punished equally. whether made by peasants or nobles. This truth was uncomfortable in hierarchical spaces. Aldrich began writing again, not records this time, but reflections. He wrote about how weapons felt in the hand after hours of use, how balance changed with fatigue, how fear altered grip strength. These details mattered. They were the difference between survival and collapse. He shared these writings selectively. Some dismissed them as pessimistic. Others read them quietly and returned with better questions. Those were the ones he focused on. As years passed, Aldrich noticed something else changing. Battles were becoming rarer, but violence was not. Small clashes, raids, and personal feuds filled the gaps. Weapons were used more often in unplanned ways, by men less prepared for consequences. This scattered violence was harder to manage than open war. Aldrich taught restraint whenever he could. He emphasized presence over action. He reminded guards that showing a weapon invited escalation, that keeping it sheathed often kept tempers in check. This went against instinct for many. They believed strength had to be displayed to be respected. Aldrich knew that real authority was quiet. Before we move deeper, take a moment to like the video if the slow, realistic look at medieval weapons and behavior feels worthwhile. It helps this kind of storytelling survive. The sword, still central in image, had become increasingly ceremonial. Aldrich saw blades carried more carefully than they were tested. Edge maintenance mattered more than handling. Appearance replaced readiness. He corrected this when he could. He dulled blades for training. He forced men to confront how awkward swords felt when used incorrectly. He reminded them that a sword was not light when arms were tired and breath short. He also emphasized teamwork. Lone heroes failed more often than formations. Shields overlapped. Spears supported. Weapons worked best together. Aldrich repeated this lesson until it bored people. Boredom meant learning had begun. As Aldrich aged further, his role shifted fully into mentorship. He accepted that he would not shape the future directly. He could only influence it through those willing to listen. That acceptance came slowly, but it brought clarity. Weapons would continue to change hands. Stories would continue to evolve. But human limits would remain constant. Understanding that was the closest thing to wisdom Aldrich believed in. As Aldrich's days grew quieter, his understanding of weapons deepened rather than faded. Distance from constant danger gave him space to see patterns he had missed before. He realized that most failures in combat did not come from bad tools, but from bad assumptions. Men assumed armor made them safe. They assumed strength mattered more than endurance. They assumed courage meant pushing forward regardless of conditions. Aldrich had learned, often the hard way, that every assumption carried a cost. He watched training sessions from the edge of the yard now, leaning on a simple staff instead of a weapon. From there, mistakes stood out clearly. A foot placed too far forward. A shield held too high. A grip too tight. These small errors compounded quickly. He stopped a drill once and asked a young knight why he held his sword so hard. The knight answered that he didn't want to drop it. Aldrich nodded and explained that gripping too tightly made the arm tire faster, which made dropping it more likely. The knight looked confused, then thoughtful. That was how learning actually happened. Aldrich spent long hours speaking with guards who worked gates and roads rather than battlefields. These men saw violence up close and unplanned. They understood how quickly situations turned. Aldrich valued their insight more than stories of formal combat. They talked about knives used in fear, clubs swung in anger, and swords drawn too late to matter. Aldrich listened carefully. Weapons were only as controlled as the people holding them. He noticed that most injuries now came from panic rather than intent. Someone slipped. Someone shouted. Someone reached for steel. The escalation was immediate. Aldrich taught guards to read those moments, to step between words and weapons before intent hardened. This kind of intervention saved lives quietly. If you're still listening, this is the side of medieval weapon use that rarely makes it into history books. Stay with it. Aldrich also reflected on how training itself had become disconnected from daily life. Men trained in clean yards on level ground during set hours. Real violence happened on uneven roads, in poor light. after long days of work. He began insisting that drills change location and timing. Night drills, muddy fields, crowded spaces. He wanted men uncomfortable, distracted, and tired. Complaints followed. Results followed later. Weapons behaved differently under those conditions. Spear points caught on clothing. Shields slipped. Swords glanced unpredictably. These were not flaws. They were realities. Aldrich also emphasized maintenance beyond polish. He taught men to listen to their gear. The creak of leather, the looseness of a strap, the dullness of an edge. Equipment spoke constantly. Most people ignored it. Those who listened survived longer. As Aldrich's reputation grew as a teacher rather than a fighter, more men sought him out. Some wanted validation. Others wanted shortcuts. Aldrich offered neither. He offered questions. He asked them when they felt most confident. He asked when they felt most afraid. He asked how they reacted under pressure. The answers told him more than any demonstration. He reminded them that weapons magnified emotion. Anger made strikes wild. Fear made them hesitant. Calm made them precise. Training was not about removing emotion, but about controlling it. This lesson took the longest to learn. Before we bring this part to a close, take a moment to like the video if this honest, grounded look at medieval weapons feels worth preserving. It helps deeper history reach people who want more than legends. Aldrich saw clearly now that the knight as a figure was drifting further from its roots. What began as a role defined by necessity was becoming an identity defined by expectation. Weapons were central to that identity, but their true function was fading. He did not blame those who came after him. Each generation adapted stories to suit its fears and hopes. But he worried that forgetting the limits of steel would lead to costly mistakes. He made peace with the fact that he could not stop that tide. He could only leave markers. Quiet lessons embedded in habits. Small corrections passed hand to hand. As Aldrich finally withdrew fully from instruction, he left behind no grand legacy. No famous battles. No legendary blade. Just people who moved more carefully, thought more critically, and understood that weapons were tools, not answers. That understanding would be tested again, as it always was. Steel would remain honest even when stories were not. By the time Aldrich withdrew from daily instruction, the world had already begun shaping a new kind of warrior. He could feel it in the questions people asked him. They were no longer about survival. They were about recognition, about reputation, about what it meant to be seen as formidable. That shift worried him more than any weapon ever had. He watched as armor grew heavier and more elaborate. Decorative edges appeared. Engravings became common. Weapons were polished beyond necessity. Aldrich understood the impulse. People wanted certainty. They wanted something visible that said they were prepared. But preparation was invisible. He remembered long nights standing watch with nothing but a spear and fatigue for company. No crowd, no witness, just the quiet understanding that if something went wrong, no one would arrive in time to help. That was where discipline came from, not from applause. Aldrich noticed that fewer men experienced that kind of solitude now. Guard duty rotated faster. Patrols were larger. Responsibility was shared widely, which made individuals feel safer, but also less accountable. Weapons reflected that change. Men relied on each other's steel more than their own judgment. He spoke to a young knight once who carried a beautifully balanced sword. When Aldrich asked how often he practiced with it under stress, the knight hesitated. He practiced daily, he said, but always fresh, always rested. Aldrich nodded and asked him to hold the sword straight out at arm's length. After a minute, the knight's arm began to shake. Fatigue told the truth quickly. If you're still listening, this is where the quiet reality of medieval combat matters most. Stay with it. Aldrich reminded those around him that real fights rarely happened when you felt ready. They happened when you were tired, distracted, or emotionally compromised. Weapons did not rise to your expectations. They fell to your habits. That was why Aldrich cared so deeply about routine. How a weapon was worn, how it was carried, how it was returned to its place. These habits shaped behavior under stress. He noticed that men who respected their tools tended to respect limits as well. Men who treated weapons casually often treated danger the same way. This pattern repeated itself too often to ignore. Aldrich also reflected on how the presence of weapons changed conversation. People spoke differently when steel was near. Voices hardened. Disagreements escalated faster. Even peaceful meetings carried tension when blades rested close at hand. He advised leaders to remove weapons from certain spaces entirely. This advice was not always welcomed. Many believed that disarmament showed weakness. Aldrich knew it showed confidence. A man who did not need his weapon nearby trusted his own authority. As Aldrich spent more time among civilians, he saw how little they understood about weapons despite living among them. They saw swords as symbols of protection. They did not see how quickly protection turned into threat. Aldrich made it his quiet mission to teach awareness rather than fear. He explained why guards stood where they did, why patrol routes mattered, why certain weapons were carried in certain places. Knowledge reduced panic. Panic caused violence more reliably than malice ever did. Before we move deeper, take a moment to like the video if the slower, more thoughtful look at medieval weapons feels valuable. It helps this kind of storytelling continue. Aldrich's understanding of combat had always been grounded in practicality. But now he began thinking more about legacy. What would remain when he was gone? Not stories, he hoped. Habits. He focused on teaching patterns of thinking rather than techniques. He wanted men to ask better questions under pressure, to pause before acting, to consider consequences beyond the moment. Weapons amplified decision-making. Good decisions became decisive. Bad ones became fatal. He also noticed that as weapons became more standardized, creativity diminished. Men relied on prescribed moves. They waited for commands. Aldrich encouraged adaptability. He reminded them that no two encounters were the same. Standardization helped organization. It hurt improvisation. Aldrich began walking the roads alone again, unarmed this time, not to test himself but to observe. He watched how people reacted to his presence without visible authority. He listened more than he spoke. He learned that most people avoided violence instinctively. It was fear and misunderstanding that pushed them toward it. Weapons escalated those moments quickly. That reinforced his belief that the best use of a weapon was often to keep it sheathed. As Aldrich continued reflecting, he realized that the knight had become less a protector and more a symbol of power. Power invited challenge. Challenge invited conflict. Conflict fed the stories people loved. This cycle was hard to break. Aldrich did not try to stop it. He simply worked around it, shaping individuals rather than institutions. That was all one man could do. As Aldrich continued walking roads and sitting quietly among people who no longer recognized him as a knight, he noticed something unsettling. Without armor or weapons, he became invisible. Conversations changed. Tensions lowered. People spoke more honestly. Fear loosened its grip. This absence of steel revealed more truth than years of training yards ever had. He realized that weapons, even when carried with good intent, imposed a kind of pressure on every interaction. They narrowed options. They shortened patience. They pulled attention toward force instead of understanding. Aldrich had known this instinctively for years. Seeing it play out so clearly only hardened his conviction. He began speaking about this openly to those who would listen. He explained that carrying a weapon meant accepting responsibility not just for its use, but for its influence. Many nodded politely. Fewer changed behavior. Responsibility was easier to admire than to practice. Aldrich reflected on his own past with new clarity. He remembered moments when he had reached for steel too quickly, not because it was necessary, but because it was available. He remembered how authority felt heavier when it relied on threat rather than trust. These realizations did not shame him. They grounded him. He began telling younger men stories that ended without triumph. Stories where restraint mattered more than victory. Stories where walking away prevented bloodshed. These stories did not spread far. They lacked drama, but they changed the men who heard them. If you're still listening, this is where the story slows down for a reason. Real understanding takes time. Stay with it. Aldrich also thought deeply about training methods. He realized that most drills taught reaction, not judgment. They conditioned men to respond quickly, but not wisely. Aldrich began altering exercises to include moments of uncertainty where no action was the correct choice. Men struggled with this. Doing nothing felt wrong. But Aldrich insisted that choosing not to act was still a decision, often the most important one. Weapons punished impulsiveness brutally. He watched how different personalities responded to the same tools. Aggressive men pushed limits. Cautious men hesitated. Aldrich worked to balance both tendencies. He taught aggressive men patience. He taught cautious men confidence. True control lived in the middle. As Aldrich aged, his body reminded him daily that time had limits. Old injuries flared. Strength faded. But clarity increased. He accepted this trade willingly. Physical decline mattered less than mental precision. He trusted his understanding of weapons more now than when he could wield them easily. He also noticed how younger knights romanticized endurance. They bragged about pain tolerance. Aldrich corrected them gently. Endurance mattered, but recovery mattered more. Men who ignored pain accumulated damage silently until something failed catastrophically. Weapons exploited weakness ruthlessly. Aldrich spoke often about sustainability. Fighting style, training load, mental strain. Everything had limits. Those who ignored them burned out or broke down. This lesson applied far beyond combat. Before we close this part, take a moment to like the video if this honest, grounded look at medieval weapons and human behavior feels worth your time. It helps deeper stories survive. Aldrich's final efforts focused on creating continuity rather than control. He connected thoughtful men with each other. He encouraged discussion. He let disagreements happen without forcing conclusions. He believed that understanding spread best horizontally, not from the top down. As he withdrew further from public life, Aldrich felt no regret. He had lived fully within his limits. He had learned what weapons could and could not do. He had seen how stories distorted truth and how patience restored it. The night, as the world imagined it, would continue to change. Weapons would be reshaped by fashion and technology. But the human element beneath them would remain constant. Fear, fatigue, pride, restraint. These never disappeared. Aldrich trusted that those who understood this would recognize it again when needed. Knowledge had a way of resurfacing when fantasy failed. Steel never lied. It only responded. As Aldrich moved fully into the last phase of his life, he noticed something subtle but important. The people who sought him out were no longer mostly knights. They were guards, merchants, minor officials, and sometimes even farmers who had seen violence spill too close to home. These were not men chasing glory. They were people trying to understand how to live around weapons without letting them dominate their lives. That shift mattered. Aldrich welcomed these conversations. They were quieter, slower, and more honest. People asked questions about fear, about when to stand ground, about when to give way. They asked how to tell the difference between danger and pride. Aldrich answered carefully, knowing these lessons carried weight beyond battle. Weapons, he explained, changed relationships long before they were used. The simple presence of steel altered posture, tone, and expectations. People became less patient, more defensive, more willing to assume the worst. He told them that understanding this effect was the first step toward preventing violence. Aldrich often used simple examples. A knife on a table during an argument made words sharper. A spear leaned against a wall during a dispute turned glances into challenges. People reacted to potential force instinctively, even if they did not realize it. This was not weakness. It was human nature. If you're still listening, this is where medieval weapon history connects directly to everyday life. Stay with it. Aldrich also reflected on how communities handled violence differently depending on familiarity. Villages that saw weapons daily often normalized risk. They became careless. Places where weapons were rare treated every confrontation seriously. Both extremes had dangers. He encouraged balance, respect without obsession, awareness without fear. He spoke about how training should reflect reality, not ideal conditions. Most people did not fight in armor. Most carried tools that could become weapons if needed. Aldrich taught practical awareness rather than technique. Where to stand, when to leave, how to read tension before it broke. These lessons saved lives quietly. Aldrich noticed that many conflicts escalated because people felt trapped. Pride closed exits. Public spaces made retreat embarrassing. Aldrich taught the value of leaving early. He said that survival rarely required proving anything. Weapons punished those who stayed too long. As these ideas spread, Aldrich became something unexpected. Not a master at arms, but a counselor. People came to him not for skill, but for judgment. He accepted this role reluctantly, aware of its limits. He never told anyone what to do. He asked questions instead. What are you protecting? What are you risking? Who pays the cost if things go wrong? Most people had never framed conflict that way. Aldrich also noticed how younger generations understood weapons differently. They grew up around stories, not scarcity. Weapons were accessible. Training was formalized. Danger felt distant until it wasn't. He worried that ease bred recklessness. He began emphasizing consequences more than capability. He described what happened after violence, not during it. The injuries that lingered, the feuds that followed, the way one moment could reshape a life permanently. These were not threats. They were realities. Before we go further, take a moment to like the video if this deeper, human look at medieval weapons and conflict feels meaningful. It helps thoughtful storytelling continue. Aldrich also reflected on how law and weapons interacted. As authority centralized, personal violence was discouraged publicly but practiced privately. Guards enforced peace, but power still rested on force beneath the surface. He taught guards restraint but also preparedness. They walked a narrow line. Too aggressive and they provoked rebellion. Too passive and they invited chaos. Weapons defined that balance. Aldrich emphasized coordination. No one should act alone if avoidable. Lone action created misunderstanding. Group response created clarity. Even then, restraint mattered. He noticed that the most effective guards rarely drew weapons. Their reputation alone kept order. People sensed confidence rooted in experience, not threat. Aldrich admired that. As he spent more time with civilians, he learned that fear of violence often outweighed violence itself. Rumors spread faster than facts. A single incident reshaped behavior for years. He advised communities to address fear openly, to explain decisions, to show consistency. Weapons were part of that conversation whether people liked it or not. Ignoring fear allowed it to grow. Aldrich's understanding had come full circle. He no longer thought of weapons as instruments of combat first. They were instruments of influence. How they were carried, discussed, and displayed mattered as much as how they were used. This realization felt heavier than any armor he had worn. As Aldrich's reputation shifted from warrior to quiet advisor, he became more aware of how often violence began long before any weapon was raised. Started in tone, posture, and assumption. Men leaned forward when they should have leaned back. Voices rose when silence would have diffused tension. Pride filled gaps where patience should have lived. He explained to those who came to him that weapons did not create violence. They accelerated it. They took moments that could still be undone and locked them into irreversible paths. This idea unsettled many people. Most preferred to believe that violence came from bad men, not bad moments. Aldrich knew better. He had seen good men make fatal choices under pressure. He had seen fear override values in seconds. Weapons shortened those seconds dramatically. He began teaching a simple framework that anyone could understand. Distance, time, and intent. If distance was closing, time was shrinking. If intent hardened, options vanished. The earlier someone recognized these shifts, the more choices they retained. This framework applied everywhere. Roads, markets, taverns, homes. If you're still listening, this is where medieval weapon history becomes a guide for human behavior in any era. Stay with it. Aldrich noticed that people who carried weapons daily often lost sensitivity to these early signals. Steel normalized threat. It dulled awareness. People assumed they could handle whatever came because they were armed. That assumption failed regularly. He encouraged those who carried weapons out of necessity to create mental distance from them, to think of them as last tools, not first responses, to practice restraint as deliberately as technique. This was harder than learning how to strike. Aldrich also addressed the myth of preparedness. Many believed that owning a weapon meant readiness. Aldrich dismantled that belief gently. He explained that readiness came from understanding consequences, not from possession. A weapon could not decide when not to be used. He spoke about how often violence spiraled because someone wanted to feel justified. Once steel was drawn, justification followed action rather than preceding it. Men convinced themselves they had no choice after the fact. Aldrich taught people to protect choice above all else. As his body weakened, Aldrich's words carried more weight than his presence ever had. He no longer needed to demonstrate. His listeners filled in the gaps themselves. They had seen enough of life to recognize truth when it was spoken plainly. He accepted that not everyone would listen. Some wanted certainty. Some wanted power. Some wanted permission to act without reflection. He did not waste time on them. Before we bring this part to a close, take a moment to like the video if this thoughtful, realistic approach to medieval weapons and conflict feels worth preserving. It helps stories rooted in human truth reach those who need them. Aldrich spent his final active years watching how his ideas echoed outward. Guards hesitated before escalating. Merchants reorganized spaces to reduce tension. Villages adjusted routines to limit confrontations. None of it was dramatic. All of it mattered. He realized then that the most effective use of a weapon was often never being seen. When steel stayed sheathed because understanding intervened, success left no mark. No story followed. No song celebrated it. That invisibility suited Aldrich. He reflected often on how far the image of the knight had drifted. From necessity to symbol, from discipline to display, weapons followed the same path. Once tools of survival, now markers of identity. He did not resent this change. He simply understood its risks. As Aldrich's health declined, his thoughts turned inward. He examined his life without nostalgia. He had killed when necessary. He had failed when unprepared. He had learned slowly and paid for mistakes fully. He accepted all of it. What gave him peace was knowing that truth persisted even when ignored. Steel did not change its nature to match stories. Bodies still tired. Fear still narrowed vision. Restraint still saved lives. Those constants anchored him. Aldrich's final lesson, shared quietly with a handful of people, was simple. The goal was never mastery over others. It was mastery over yourself. Weapons only revealed how far you had come. When Aldrich finally stepped away from public life completely, he left no monument behind. No blade in a shrine. No armor on display. What remained were habits passed hand to hand. Pauses before escalation. Questions asked instead of assumptions. Space created where violence once rushed in. That was enough. Steel would remain part of the world. So would conflict. But understanding would always be the difference between tragedy and survival. As Aldrich faded from public view, the world did not pause to notice. Life continued the way it always had, shaped by small decisions made daily rather than by grand turning points. That reality confirmed something Aldrich had suspected for years. Most change happened quietly, driven by habit rather than intention. Weapons still moved through that world, but differently now. They were less tied to immediate survival and more woven into social order. Guards carried them as symbols of authority. Knights carried them as proof of status. Merchants carried them out of fear. Each use reflected a different understanding of violence. Aldrich watched from the margins when he could. He noticed how people adjusted their behavior around armed figures, how conversations shortened, how body language tightened. Even when no threat existed, the potential shaped response. He had seen this pattern repeat across decades. He remembered when weapons were rare enough to demand respect simply by being present. Now, familiarity dulled that respect. People assumed safety where none was guaranteed. Others assumed danger where none existed. Both assumptions caused harm. Aldrich reflected on how societies tried to regulate violence without understanding it. Laws dictated when weapons could be carried, but not how they affected human behavior. Rules limited use, but not influence. Weapons followed physics, not policy. If you're still listening, this is where medieval history stops being distant and starts feeling uncomfortably familiar. Stay with it. Aldrich thought about how young men learned about weapons now. Not through scarcity or necessity, but through instruction and imitation. They trained because it was expected, not because survival demanded it. That difference changed mindset completely. Training became obligation rather than urgency. He noticed that many men trained to win, not to endure. They measured success by dominance, not by sustainability. Aldrich knew that endurance decided outcomes more often than aggression ever did. He remembered campaigns where the strongest fighters collapsed first because they burned everything early. Those who paced themselves survived long enough to matter. Weapons rewarded patience far more than bravado. Aldrich also observed how conflict resolution had shifted. Instead of direct confrontation between equals, power flowed through institutions. Violence became outsourced. Guards, enforcers, and soldiers acted on behalf of others. This distance from consequence made decisions easier and more dangerous. He watched minor officials issue orders that would once have required personal risk. The men carrying out those orders bore the burden instead. Weapons enabled this separation. Aldrich believed this change altered moral responsibility, though few acknowledged it. He also noticed how armor continued to evolve. It became more uniform, more regulated. Protection improved in some ways, but adaptability suffered. Standard gear fit most people adequately but few perfectly. Poor fit remained a quiet killer. Aldrich had learned long ago that discomfort stole attention. Attention lost meant mistakes. Mistakes in violence ended lives. These truths did not fade with time. He spoke about them whenever someone asked him about equipment. He redirected conversations away from acquisition and toward fit, maintenance, and habit. If you wanted to hear that part, before we move further, take a moment to like the video if this deeper look at how weapons shaped medieval life feels worthwhile. It helps long-form storytelling reach people who value nuance. Aldrich also reflected on how fear had changed. It was no longer tied only to immediate threat. It had become ambient, a background awareness shaped by stories of violence rather than direct experience. This kind of fear behaved differently. It made people cautious in the wrong moments and reckless in others. Aldrich worried that this distortion would make future conflicts more chaotic. He taught those who listened to ground fear in reality, to ask what was actually happening rather than what might happen. This simple discipline prevented escalation more often than any rule ever could. Aldrich understood that people wanted certainty. Weapons promised certainty. They offered a sense of control in an unpredictable world. But that promise was fragile. He had seen certainty collapse in seconds. As Aldrich's physical strength faded further, he became more selective about where he spent energy. He no longer corrected every mistake. He focused on those who demonstrated curiosity rather than confidence. Curiosity survived pressure better. He noticed that the people most likely to avoid unnecessary violence were those who asked why before asking how. Why intervene? Why escalate? Why carry this weapon at all? Those questions shaped better outcomes. Aldrich found quiet satisfaction in these conversations. They reminded him that wisdom did not require authority to spread. It needed only patience and honesty. He accepted that his influence would never be complete. Many would ignore his lessons. Some would misinterpret them. That was inevitable. What mattered was that the truth remained accessible. As Aldrich continued observing the world from a distance, he noticed how easily people confused order with safety. Guards stood at gates. Laws were posted. Weapons were regulated. On the surface, everything looked stable. Beneath that surface, the same pressures that had always driven violence were still present. Fear had not disappeared. It had just learned to wait. Aldrich watched disputes unfold slowly now instead of exploding instantly. Grievances lingered. Resentment built quietly. When violence finally came, it surprised everyone involved because no one believed it was coming anymore. This was a different kind of danger. He spoke often about the difference between visible threat and hidden tension. Visible threat prompted preparation. Hidden tension bred complacency. Weapons were most dangerous when people believed they would not be needed. He reminded listeners that peace was not the absence of weapons, but the presence of restraint. If you're still listening, this is one of the most important truths in this entire story. Stay with it. Aldrich also reflected on how memory shaped behavior. Older men who had lived through chaos carried caution naturally. Younger men raised during relative stability assumed that systems would protect them. That assumption weakened individual judgment. Weapons, once carried out of necessity, were now carried out of expectation. He noticed that many men trained to react to commands rather than to situations. They waited for permission to act even when circumstances demanded initiative. Others acted too quickly because they mistook decisiveness for leadership. Both extremes failed under pressure. Aldrich believed that judgment could not be standardized. It had to be cultivated. That required experience, reflection, and humility. None of those could be rushed. He watched how institutions tried to replace judgment with procedure. Procedures worked until reality deviated. Reality always deviated. Weapons amplified that failure. Aldrich also noticed how language around violence softened. People spoke of incidents instead of injuries, force instead of harm. This distance made decisions easier. It also made consequences feel abstract. He pushed back against this quietly. He described outcomes plainly: broken bones, lost work, grieving families, not to frighten people but to anchor decisions in reality. Abstraction bred recklessness. Before we move closer to the end of this part, take a moment to like the video if this honest, grounded look at medieval weapons and society feels worth your time. It helps serious storytelling reach people who value depth over spectacle. Aldrich also noticed how quickly tools became symbols once removed from necessity. Swords displayed on walls carried meaning long after they lost function. Armor became decoration. Shields became emblems. Symbols were powerful. They unified people. They also distracted them. Aldrich had learned that focusing on symbols often replaced engagement with reality. People argued about what weapons represented instead of how they were actually used. This shift drained practical knowledge over time. He worried that future generations would inherit tools without understanding their limits. He began recording conversations not as formal texts, but as fragments of thought. Observations about how people behaved when armed. Notes on tension and release. Small patterns that repeated across places and years. These fragments were not meant to teach technique. They were meant to preserve perspective. Aldrich accepted that he would not live to see how this knowledge was used. That uncertainty did not trouble him. Truth did not require witnesses to remain true. As his days grew shorter, Aldrich spent more time reflecting than observing. He thought about how often weapons had forced him to confront himself. His fear, his pride, his limits. Weapons had been mirrors as much as tools. He realized that every generation faced the same choice. Use weapons to dominate uncertainty or use understanding to reduce it. The first choice felt easier. The second required patience. History showed which choice endured. Aldrich's final conversations were simple. He asked people what kind of world they wanted to help shape. One where force resolved confusion, or one where restraint created space for clarity. He never demanded answers. He let the question linger. That lingering mattered more than agreement. As Aldrich withdrew fully from observation, his influence remained woven into small behaviors. A guard pausing before escalating. A leader choosing negotiation first. A young man lowering his voice instead of raising his weapon. These moments left no records. They did not enter chronicles. They did not inspire songs. But they prevented bloodshed, and that, Aldrich believed, was the highest use of any weapon. As the seasons turned and Aldrich's presence faded into memory for many, the world continued reshaping the idea of force without asking permission. Weapons became quieter but more common. less ceremonial in some places, more symbolic in others. The meaning shifted depending on who held them and why. Aldrich observed this from a distance now, not as a participant, but as someone who had lived through enough cycles to recognize where things were heading. He noticed that conflict no longer announced itself clearly. There were fewer banners, fewer open declarations. Disputes simmered behind closed doors, in whispered alliances and economic pressure. Violence arrived later, but when it came, it was sharper and more personal. Weapons adapted to this reality. Shorter blades became more popular for close quarters. Tools that passed as everyday items found new purpose. Aldrich understood this evolution. When violence became unpredictable, people favored concealment over display. This made restraint harder. He thought often about how training failed to keep pace with reality. Many still trained for open conflict while living in a world of tight spaces and crowded streets. They practiced wide movements that required room. Real encounters allowed none. Aldrich had warned about this years ago. If you're still listening, this is where medieval weapon use becomes deeply uncomfortable. Stay with it. Aldrich also reflected on how trust eroded as violence became less visible. People no longer knew who carried intent and who carried fear. This uncertainty sharpened reactions. Small misunderstandings escalated quickly. Weapons fed that escalation by offering immediate answers. He noticed that people who carried weapons secretly often felt more powerful than those who carried them openly. Secrecy created a sense of advantage. Advantage invited risk. Aldrich knew that power untethered from accountability always drifted toward misuse. He spent time speaking with those who enforced order quietly. Night watchmen, toll keepers, messengers. These people understood ambiguity better than soldiers ever did. They operated in gray spaces where certainty was rare. They asked Aldrich how to judge danger when signals conflicted. He told them there was no formula, only attention, only awareness of patterns. Weapons were the last variable, not the first. Aldrich noticed that many people now confused readiness with aggression. They believed that being prepared meant being willing to act immediately. Aldrich challenged that idea whenever he could. He explained that readiness meant having the discipline to wait, to absorb information, to hold back until intent clarified. Acting too early closed paths that patience kept open. Weapons punished impatience brutally. Before we move further, take a moment to like the video if this deeper look at how weapons shape behavior beyond battle feels valuable. It helps long-form, thoughtful storytelling survive. Aldrich also considered how fear traveled differently now. It spread through rumor and reputation rather than direct experience. Stories of violence traveled farther than violence itself. This distorted risk perception. People armed themselves against stories instead of realities. He explained to listeners that fear based on rumor led to overreaction. Overreaction invited conflict. Conflict confirmed fear. The cycle fed itself. Breaking that cycle required clarity, not force. Aldrich encouraged communities to share information openly, to correct exaggerations, to address tension before it hardened. Weapons were part of that conversation whether people liked it or not. He saw clearly that most violence now stemmed from misalignment. Expectations clashed. Pride intervened. Communication failed. Weapons finalized outcomes that could have been avoided. Aldrich had learned that prevention was quieter and harder than reaction. It earned no praise. It left no visible mark. That made it unpopular. As Aldrich aged further, his role shifted again. People came to him less frequently now. Many of his ideas had spread indirectly. Others had been ignored. He accepted both outcomes. He believed that understanding moved in waves. It receded, then returned when needed. Weapons would always test that understanding. Aldrich spent long hours reflecting on the early days of his life, when violence was simpler and survival more direct. He did not miss that time. Complexity had its dangers, but it also offered more chances to choose restraint. He trusted that some people would take those chances. As Aldrich watched the world grow more complicated rather than more violent, he understood something that would have confused his younger self. Most people did not want to hurt anyone. They wanted certainty. They wanted to feel safe in a world that kept changing around them. Weapons became shortcuts to that feeling. That shortcut was dangerous. He noticed how often people reached for tools instead of understanding. When fear rose, patience dropped. When patience dropped, steel appeared. The sequence repeated endlessly across towns and years. Aldrich believed that most violence came from emotional exhaustion rather than intent. People grew tired of uncertainty. Weapons offered resolution, even if that resolution came at a terrible cost. He spoke openly about this to those still willing to listen. He explained that clarity was the real shield. Knowledge was the real armor. Everything else was secondary. If you're still listening, this is the quiet truth beneath every battle story you've ever heard. Stay with it. Aldrich also noticed how the absence of visible conflict made people careless. They assumed peace was permanent. They neglected skills of restraint and communication. When tension finally surfaced, it found no resistance. Weapons rushed into that vacuum. He encouraged communities to practice de-escalation the same way they practice defense, to rehearse conversation, to build habits of pause and inquiry. These ideas felt strange to many. They were used to preparing for action, not restraint. But restraint required practice too. Aldrich observed how those who practiced restraint developed a different relationship with weapons. They carried them with less urgency. They touched them less often. They treated them as burdens rather than solutions. That mindset reduced harm more reliably than any rule ever written. As Aldrich's physical presence faded further, his ideas continued spreading indirectly. A guard corrected another's posture. A leader delayed a decision. A merchant rearranged a space to reduce tension. These changes were small. They were also cumulative. Aldrich reflected on how history remembered violence but forgot prevention. Chronicles listed battles. Songs celebrated victories. No one recorded the moments when weapons stayed sheathed. That imbalance shaped future behavior. Before we close this part, take a moment to like the video if this deeper, human-focused look at medieval weapons and restraint feels meaningful. It helps preserve stories that don't rely on spectacle. Aldrich accepted that his life would not be remembered widely. That was fine. He had never sought recognition. He had sought understanding. Understanding did not require fame. He believed that wisdom worked best when it became invisible, woven into habits rather than spoken aloud. As Aldrich approached the end of his life, he felt no urgency to summarize his experiences. Life did not move in conclusions. It moved in continuations. Each generation picked up fragments and carried them forward differently. Weapons would continue evolving. Societies would continue shifting. Fear and pride would remain constant. What mattered was how people responded to those forces. Aldrich's final reflection was simple. Violence was rarely inevitable. It only felt that way when people stopped looking for alternatives. Weapons closed options quickly. Understanding kept them open. That truth did not belong to any era. It belonged to humanity. As Aldrich's life moved closer to its end, the world around him continued to reorganize power in ways he would never fully control or influence again. The structures that governed violence were no longer personal. They were layered, bureaucratic, and distant. Authority passed through systems instead of individuals, and weapons followed that same path. This distance changed how people thought about force. Aldrich noticed that responsibility became harder to trace. When violence occurred, no single person owned the decision completely. Orders were passed down. Intent was diluted. Weapons carried out decisions made far away from consequences. He had lived in a time when drawing steel meant standing directly in front of the person you intended to harm. That clarity no longer existed in the same way. This made violence easier to justify. Aldrich reflected on how weapons enabled obedience. A man holding a blade followed instructions differently than one using his own hands. Distance, armor, and authority insulated conscience. He had seen this before on campaign. Men did things under command they would never do alone. Weapons made that possible. If you're still listening, this is where the story grows uncomfortable for a reason. Stay with it. Aldrich observed training yards where obedience mattered more than judgment. Drills rewarded speed and compliance. Questioning slowed the line. Slowing the line was punished. He understood why this happened. Large groups needed order. But order without thought became fragile. When reality diverged from instruction, collapse followed quickly. Weapons magnified that collapse. He also noticed how punishment replaced understanding. Mistakes were corrected harshly instead of explored. Fear became a motivator. Fear worked in the short term. It failed under pressure. Aldrich believed that fear-driven discipline produced brittle fighters. He spoke about this whenever asked. He explained that people under fear narrowed their attention. They followed instructions blindly. They lost adaptability. In violence, adaptability saved lives. He had learned that lesson painfully. Aldrich also reflected on how armor had changed authority. Those better protected felt empowered to take risks they would otherwise avoid. This dynamic existed at every level, from individual knights to institutions. Protection created confidence. Confidence invited action. Action demanded justification. Weapons turned justification into consequence. Before we move further, take a moment to like the video if this deeper look at how weapons interact with power feels valuable. It helps keep honest history visible. Aldrich noticed that many younger men no longer understood fear the same way. They experienced it indirectly, through stories and training scenarios. They lacked the grounding that came from real exposure. This did not make them weak. It made them untested. Untested confidence was dangerous. He watched exercises where failure carried no cost. Men laughed, reset, tried again. Aldrich knew how different real violence felt. There were no resets, no pauses, no second chances. Weapons did not forgive practice habits. He encouraged leaders to introduce consequence into training. Not injury, but accountability. Decisions should matter. Mistakes should carry weight. Learning should feel uncomfortable. Discomfort was honest. Aldrich also thought about how violence became abstracted through language and structure. People spoke of operations instead of harm, targets instead of people. This abstraction eased decision-making but erased empathy. Weapons thrived in abstraction. He warned that when empathy disappeared, excess followed naturally. Restraint required recognition of shared humanity. That recognition faded when violence became procedural. Aldrich worried that future generations would inherit tools without context, that they would learn how to use weapons long before learning when not to. He had spent his life trying to reverse that order. As Aldrich's strength declined further, he found peace in the idea that truth resurfaced under pressure. Systems failed. Stories broke. Reality reasserted itself. Weapons always revealed that moment. Aldrich trusted that when fantasy collapsed, someone would remember lessons like his. Someone always did. As Aldrich's thoughts turned more inward, he began to see the final shape of the lesson he had spent his life circling. Weapons were never the center of violence. They were the accelerators. The true engine had always been human certainty, especially certainty that was not tested. He had watched confident men fail more often than cautious ones. Not because caution was safer by nature, but because it left room for correction. Confidence closed doors quickly. Once closed, steel finished the argument. Aldrich observed how institutions tried to manufacture certainty. Rules, hierarchies, and rituals existed to reduce doubt. These tools worked until reality slipped outside their boundaries. Then they failed suddenly and completely. Weapons filled the gap left by that failure. He remembered moments when orders conflicted with circumstances. Men hesitated, torn between instruction and instinct. Those who relied solely on instruction froze. Those who trusted experience adapted. Aldrich believed this difference defined survival. If you're still listening, this is one of the deepest truths in the entire story. Stay with it. Aldrich also noticed how rarely people revisited decisions after violence occurred. Outcomes were accepted as inevitable rather than examined. This prevented learning. It allowed mistakes to repeat. Weapons made reflection uncomfortable. No one wanted to question a decision that had already cost lives. Aldrich pushed against that silence when he could. He asked what assumptions were made, what signals were missed, what alternatives existed. These questions were not popular. They threatened certainty, but they mattered. He also reflected on how leadership changed in violent systems. Leaders insulated themselves from consequence while subordinates absorbed risk. This imbalance encouraged reckless decisions at the top and resentment below. Weapons enforced that imbalance physically. Aldrich had seen units collapse not because of enemy action, but because trust eroded internally. Men stopped believing that their leaders valued their lives. Once that belief vanished, cohesion followed. Weapons could not fix broken trust. He observed how training emphasized obedience over understanding. This produced efficiency in controlled environments but fragility in chaos. Chaos exposed gaps instruction could not fill. Aldrich believed adaptability was the most valuable trait any warrior could develop. He also noticed how memory softened violence over time. Pain faded. Fear dulled. Stories became cleaner. This process was natural but dangerous. Prepared the ground for repetition. Weapons returned to hands that had forgotten their cost. Before we move toward the end of this part, take a moment to like the video if this honest examination of weapons, power, and human behavior feels worth your attention. It helps long-form truth reach people willing to hear it. Aldrich accepted that his role was now entirely reflective. He no longer influenced outcomes directly. He influenced understanding, if at all. That was enough. He thought often about the young men he had trained. Some lived. Some did not. Some carried his lessons forward imperfectly. Others discarded them entirely. He held no bitterness. He believed that wisdom did not transfer cleanly. It leaked, slowly through experience and failure. People learned what they were ready to learn when they were ready to learn it. Weapons ensured that lesson was rarely gentle. As Aldrich's days shortened, he became less concerned with the future and more focused on clarity. He wanted to understand his own life honestly, without justification or regret. He saw now that every choice he had made under pressure reflected who he was at that moment. Weapons had simply revealed it. That realization brought peace. Aldrich's final understanding was this: violence was not a single event. It was a process that began long before steel was drawn and continued long after blood dried. Weapons marked the midpoint, not the beginning or end. Stopping violence required intervention at every stage, not just at the moment of impact. That truth felt complete. As Aldrich's story receded into memory, the world moved on. New conflicts formed. New weapons appeared. New systems promised control. And again, they would be tested. Steel would remain honest. People would continue learning slowly. And somewhere, in quiet moments before escalation, Aldrich's lessons would resurface in fragments. That was how truth survived. As the seasons passed and Aldrich's body weakened, his awareness sharpened in ways he had not expected. Pain stripped away distraction. Fatigue slowed the mind just enough to notice things that speed once hid. He no longer thought in terms of battles or victories. He thought in terms of patterns. He had spent decades watching how violence began long before weapons ever touched flesh. Now, with nothing left to prove, he could trace those beginnings clearly. They always started small. A misunderstanding left unaddressed. A slight ignored but remembered. Pride choosing silence over correction. Weapons arrived late in the story, but people remembered them most. Aldrich understood why. Steel was visible. Emotion was not. He remembered a skirmish early in his life that had seemed pointless even at the time. Two patrols met near a disputed boundary. Words were exchanged. Insults followed. No one stepped back. Swords came out. Men died. By nightfall, the land remained unchanged. Nothing had been gained except grief. At the time, Aldrich blamed anger. Later, he blamed leadership. Now, he blamed the absence of pause. No one had created space for thought. Weapons punished that failure instantly. He believed this was the most consistent function of weapons. They punished impatience. As Aldrich reflected, he noticed how rarely patience was taught. Training focused on action, readiness, reaction. Stillness was mistaken for weakness. Hesitation was mocked. Speed was rewarded. Weapons reinforced that culture. Aldrich wished more people understood that patience was not the opposite of strength. It was strength directed inward. It took effort to delay action when adrenaline surged. It took discipline to wait when fear demanded certainty. He had learned that discipline late. If you're finding this slower, more reflective pace useful, take a moment to like the video. It helps long-form stories like this survive in a world that rushes everything else. Aldrich also thought deeply about the role of honor. In his youth, honor had been a driving force. It shaped behavior, restrained excess, and provided meaning. But he had seen honor twisted into justification for cruelty. Weapons made that twist easier. He remembered men claiming honor as they burned villages. Leaders invoking honor while sending others to die. The word remained the same. The meaning changed. Aldrich concluded that honor without empathy was hollow. It became performance rather than principle. He began speaking openly about this in his later years. He told younger men that honor should make violence harder, not easier. If it made killing simple, something was wrong. Some listened. Some laughed. Aldrich did not mind. He spoke for those who would understand later. He also reflected on fear, the most honest of emotions. Fear revealed priorities quickly. Weapons often promised escape from fear, but they delivered something else. They transformed fear into urgency. Urgency shortened thought. Aldrich believed that learning to sit with fear was one of the hardest skills a person could develop. Most people avoided it. Weapons offered avoidance. He had once done the same. As Aldrich watched new generations train, he noticed subtle shifts. Armor improved. Blades refined. Techniques standardized. Yet the emotional preparation remained unchanged. People still believed courage meant acting despite fear, rather than understanding it. Weapons rewarded that misunderstanding until they didn't. Aldrich thought about how stories shaped expectations. Tales of heroic charges and decisive strikes filled halls and taverns. They left out confusion, hesitation, and regret. Young men learned what to admire before learning what to endure. Weapons made those stories feel achievable. He wished someone had told him earlier that most moments of violence felt slow and disorienting. That courage often looked like restraint. That survival depended more on judgment than bravery. But stories preferred simplicity. Aldrich also noticed how communities treated returning fighters. They praised scars and ignored silence. They celebrated survival without asking what it cost. Weapons left marks on bodies and deeper marks elsewhere. Those deeper marks went unnamed. As Aldrich's strength faded further, he grew more gentle with his memories. He no longer judged himself harshly. He understood that he had acted with the knowledge he had at the time. Weapons had taught him lessons he could not have learned otherwise. He accepted that truth without glorifying it. Violence had shaped him. It had not defined him. Before we move further, remember to subscribe if you want more long, honest stories that go beyond surface-level history. It helps this kind of content keep going. Aldrich's final reflections in this phase of his life centered on responsibility. He believed responsibility did not end with action. It extended into reflection and teaching. Too many believed survival alone absolved them. Weapons created survivors. Wisdom created teachers. Aldrich hoped he had become the latter. As Aldrich continued to examine his life from this quieter distance, he began to see how responsibility often dissolved after violence ended. Once blood was cleaned and weapons returned to racks, people moved on quickly. They rebuilt walls, redrew borders, and rewrote stories. Few stayed with the aftermath long enough to learn from it. Aldrich believed this was one of the greatest failures of any violent society. He had seen how quickly memory faded when survival was achieved. Men who had sworn never to fight again slowly returned to drills. Leaders who had promised restraint prepared new campaigns. The cycle restarted not because lessons were forgotten, but because they were never fully absorbed. Weapons allowed closure without understanding. Aldrich thought deeply about guilt. He knew guilt served no purpose if it stayed internal and unexamined. Guilt needed structure. It needed conversation. Without that, it either turned into denial or self-destruction. He had watched both outcomes unfold. Some men hardened themselves. They spoke proudly of what they had done, even when their eyes betrayed discomfort. Others withdrew completely, unable to reconcile their actions with their values. Weapons left no guidance for that reconciliation. Aldrich tried, in his later years, to create spaces where men could speak honestly about violence without judgment or glorification. These conversations were awkward and slow. Silence filled many moments, but over time something shifted. Men realized they were not alone in their uncertainty. That realization mattered. He believed communities failed fighters not by exposing them to violence, but by abandoning them afterward. Celebrations replaced conversations. Songs replaced reflection. The truth became inconvenient. Weapons ended conflict. They did not end its consequences. Aldrich also reflected on how laws attempted to regulate violence without addressing its roots. Rules governed when weapons could be used, who could carry them, and against whom. These rules were necessary. They were also insufficient. Law managed outcomes. Culture shaped behavior. Weapons obeyed law mechanically. People did not. Aldrich believed that meaningful restraint required shared values, not just enforcement. Where values weakened, weapons filled the gap aggressively. He observed that fear often drove the strictest laws. People responded to trauma by tightening control. Sometimes this helped. Sometimes it bred resentment and rebellion. Weapons thrived in that tension. As Aldrich's days shortened further, he focused more on what he hoped others would carry forward. He did not expect people to abandon weapons. That would have been unrealistic. He hoped instead that they would abandon the fantasy surrounding them. Weapons were tools. They were not solutions. Treating them otherwise invited disappointment at best, catastrophe at worst. If this perspective is helping you see medieval warfare differently, take a moment to like the video. It helps long-form, thoughtful history survive against louder, simpler stories. Aldrich also recognized how much violence depended on timing. Small interventions early could prevent escalation later. Delay mattered. Presence mattered. Listening mattered. Weapons removed those opportunities once drawn. He wished leaders understood that authority was not proven by decisiveness alone, but by restraint. Waiting could be harder than acting. Resisting pressure required confidence not just in oneself, but in others. Weapons rewarded action. Wisdom rewarded patience. Aldrich believed that true strength was the ability to tolerate uncertainty without forcing resolution through violence. This skill was rare. It was also teachable. He had tried. As Aldrich approached what he sensed was his final season, he no longer feared death. He feared only misunderstanding. He did not want his life reduced to battles fought or enemies defeated. He wanted it remembered, if at all, as a journey toward clarity. Weapons had been part of that journey. They had taught him what force could do and what it could never accomplish. They had shown him limits. Aldrich's final understanding in this part of his life was that peace was not the absence of weapons, but the presence of restraint, empathy, and accountability. Without those, peace was temporary. Steel would always be ready. Humanity needed to be readier. Before this part closes, consider subscribing if you want to continue this long, honest exploration of medieval life beyond myths and movie scenes. It helps keep depth alive. Aldrich rested with that thought. He felt no urgency to resolve anything else. Some lessons only settled when no more action was possible. His story continued, not in deeds, but in reflection. As Aldrich's body slowed further, time itself began to feel different to him. Days stretched, but memories condensed. Moments that once felt distant now stood close together, as if his life were folding in on itself. This compression made patterns even clearer. He no longer saw isolated events. He saw chains. He understood now that violence almost always moved along predictable paths. Not because people were simple, but because pressure narrowed choices. Hunger, fear, pride, and loyalty formed a tight corridor. Weapons waited at the end of that corridor like an exit sign that promised relief. Most people followed it. Aldrich thought often about hunger, not just of the body but of status and certainty. Hunger made people impatient. It shortened tempers and loosened morals. In hard seasons, arguments escalated faster. Old grudges resurfaced. Weapons emerged earlier. He had watched winters turn neighbors into enemies without a single word spoken. He remembered one famine year when guards doubled in number even as food ran low. The presence of weapons was meant to maintain order. Instead, it amplified fear. People stopped trusting one another. Every movement felt suspicious. Steel did not create hunger. It transformed hunger into threat. Aldrich learned then that stability mattered more than strength. A calm environment reduced violence better than armed enforcement ever could. But calm required resources, communication, and patience. Weapons were cheaper. He believed that many societies chose weapons not because they worked best, but because they worked fastest. If this way of looking at medieval life feels different from what you've heard before, take a moment to like the video. It helps long, honest storytelling reach people who want more than myths. Aldrich also reflected on loyalty, another powerful force. Loyalty bound people together, but it also blinded them. Men defended leaders they knew were wrong. Villagers protected neighbors who had done harm. Loyalty justified silence. Weapons enforced loyalty physically. He remembered a conflict where two groups shared history, trade, and blood ties. When violence broke out, loyalty demanded sides be chosen quickly. Neutrality became betrayal. Weapons made that choice permanent. Aldrich believed loyalty without conscience was dangerous. It turned community into faction and disagreement into threat. He tried to teach younger men that loyalty should never override humanity. Some understood. Others heard weakness. Weapons favored the loudest voices. As Aldrich aged, he noticed how rarely people questioned escalation. Once weapons appeared, retreat felt dishonorable. Stepping back looked like defeat. Pride trapped people in momentum. He had been trapped himself many times. He remembered moments when he could have spoken, delayed, or withdrawn. He did not. He acted because action was expected. Weapons rewarded that expectation until consequences arrived later. Aldrich learned that many violent acts were less about intention and more about conformity. People did what the situation demanded, not what they believed. Weapons made situations demand things quickly. Aldrich also thought about silence, the kind that followed violence. Silence protected reputations and avoided discomfort. It also preserved misunderstanding. Without conversation, false lessons survived. He believed silence was one of violence's greatest allies. He encouraged discussion whenever possible, even when it reopened wounds. Healing required exposure. Weapons closed wounds without cleaning them. In his later years, Aldrich noticed that people often asked the wrong questions about violence. They asked how to win, how to defend, how to strike harder. Rarely did they ask how to prevent escalation in the first place. Weapons answered the questions people asked. He wished more people asked why. Aldrich reflected on training again, seeing how habits formed early lasted long. Young men learned postures, grips, and footwork before learning judgment. Their bodies moved faster than their minds. Weapons exploited that imbalance. He believed training should slow people down, not speed them up. Awareness mattered more than reflex. Thought mattered more than strength. He had learned this the hard way. As Aldrich's nights grew longer, he found himself less interested in what people did and more interested in what they believed. Belief shaped behavior more reliably than fear or reward. Weapons influenced belief subtly. They made force feel legitimate. They framed violence as necessary. Aldrich questioned that framing. Before we move deeper, remember to subscribe if you want to continue this long journey through medieval life as it really was, not as movies show it. Your support keeps this kind of depth possible. Aldrich believed that societies told themselves stories to justify violence. These stories simplified complex causes into clear villains and heroes. Weapons fit neatly into those stories as symbols of righteousness. Reality was messier. He had seen good people do terrible things under pressure. He had seen cruel people hide behind rules. Weapons did not care about intent. As Aldrich continued reflecting, He realized that understanding violence required humility. Certainty was comforting, but dangerous. Admitting ignorance created space for learning. Weapons punished ignorance harshly. Aldrich hoped that by speaking honestly about his experiences, he could help others avoid repeating his mistakes. He knew this was unlikely at scale, but even small influence mattered. One person pausing could change a moment. One moment could change a life. That was enough. As Aldrich continued his long inward journey, he began to understand how deeply habit shaped violence. People did not wake up intending to harm others. They followed routines. They responded the way they had been trained, praised, or rewarded to respond. Habit did most of the work long before emotion ever arrived. Weapons fitted neatly into habit. He remembered how easily the weight of a sword became familiar. At first it demanded attention. Later it disappeared into the body, an extension of the arm. That familiarity dulled caution. The blade felt natural, and anything natural felt justified. Aldrich believed this was one of the most dangerous transitions. When a weapon stopped feeling heavy, it stopped demanding reflection. He had seen men grow careless not because they were cruel, but because repetition had softened their awareness. The blade came out faster each time. The pause before action grew shorter. Habit erased hesitation. Aldrich thought about how societies reinforced habit through praise. Songs, medals, stories, and public recognition rewarded certain behaviors. Rarely did anyone celebrate restraint. Rarely did anyone honor the fight that never happened. Weapons thrived on recognition. He remembered a man who had prevented a clash by stepping between two armed groups and refusing to move. No one sang about him. No record was kept. Yet dozens of lives were spared. That moment mattered more than any victory. Aldrich believed that what a society chose to remember shaped what it repeated. By remembering only violence, people learned to reproduce it. He spoke often about memory in his later years. He urged people to remember moments of restraint, compromise, and patience. These stories felt less exciting, but they carried more wisdom. Weapons did not feature prominently in such stories, and that made them harder to tell. Aldrich also reflected on how age changed perception. When he was young, the future felt endless. Risk felt manageable. Loss felt distant. Weapons felt like tools of opportunity. With age, consequences grew heavier. Every action echoed longer. Every loss accumulated. Weapons aged poorly. He wished that young men could borrow the perspective of age without paying its cost. But perspective resisted transfer. It demanded experience. Still, he tried. Aldrich noticed how people often asked him what the most effective weapon was. He always gave the same answer, though it disappointed them. The most effective weapon was preparation that prevented violence altogether. They rarely understood. If this story is making you think differently about medieval warfare, take a moment to like the video. It helps long, thoughtful content survive in a fast, shallow world. Aldrich also examined how shame operated alongside violence. Shame silenced victims and protected perpetrators. It discouraged people from speaking honestly about fear or regret. Weapons benefited from that silence. He had seen men hide behind toughness because admitting fear felt unacceptable. They chose aggression over vulnerability. Weapons made that choice socially acceptable. Aldrich believed courage included the ability to speak about fear openly. Without that, violence filled the gap. He also noticed how religion intersected with weapons in complicated ways. Faith could restrain violence or inflame it, depending on interpretation. Sacred language wrapped steel in righteousness. Aldrich had witnessed blessings given to blades. He had also witnessed mercy shown in the name of the same faith. Weapons did not distinguish between interpretations. As Aldrich's health declined further, he found comfort in simplicity. He no longer tried to solve violence. He tried to understand it clearly. Understanding felt like enough. He accepted that weapons would always exist. What changed was how people related to them. They could be treated as burdens or as symbols. The difference mattered. Aldrich hoped that those who heard his words would choose burden over symbol. Before this part closes, consider subscribing if you want to continue following this long, honest exploration of medieval life and the truths beneath the myths. It helps keep this kind of storytelling alive. Aldrich's final reflection in this stage of his life centered on humility. He believed humility was the missing element in most violent systems. Without it, certainty hardened. With it, questions remained open. Weapons closed questions decisively. He rested in the knowledge that he had done what he could. He had spoken honestly. He had listened deeply. He had changed some minds, if only briefly. That was enough. The story moved forward. As Aldrich's strength faded further, his attention shifted away from individuals and toward the systems that shaped them. He had spent most of his life observing people under pressure. Now he wanted to understand the pressure itself. Why it formed, how it spread, why it pushed people toward weapons instead of conversation. He realized that pressure rarely came from one source. It layered itself slowly. Taxes rose. Harvests failed. Lords demanded loyalty. Churches demanded obedience. Families demanded protection. Each demand alone felt manageable. Together they crushed. Weapons offered release. Aldrich had lived through years when the burden of expectation felt heavier than armor. Men were expected to defend land they did not own, follow leaders they barely knew, and die for causes explained in vague language. Weapons gave these expectations teeth. He remembered how quickly resentment grew in such environments. People smiled in public and cursed in private. Trust eroded quietly. When violence finally erupted, it surprised no one who had been paying attention. Aldrich believed that violence was rarely sudden. It was delayed. He also noticed how inequality sharpened conflict. When some ate well while others starved, patience disappeared. When some wore fine armor while others patched old cloth, loyalty weakened. Weapons became symbols of that divide. Aldrich had seen rebellions begin not with ideology, but with envy mixed with desperation. Men did not rise because they believed deeply in change. They rose because the present felt unbearable. Weapons gave form to that feeling. If this deeper look at medieval society is holding your attention, take a moment to like the video. It helps long-form history like this reach people who want more than surface-level stories. Aldrich thought about how rulers misunderstood control. They believed fear ensured obedience. In truth, fear delayed rebellion but intensified it when it arrived. Weapons used for intimidation planted seeds that grew quietly. He remembered towns where guards marched daily through markets, weapons visible and ready. At first, people felt safer. Over time, they felt watched. Then they felt threatened. Weapons changed meaning depending on context. Aldrich also reflected on how communication failed before violence. Messages were delayed, distorted, or ignored. Rumors filled gaps left by silence. Fear fed on uncertainty. Weapons thrived on rumor. He had seen false reports trigger real bloodshed. A single misunderstood signal, repeated enough times, became truth. By the time clarification arrived, weapons had already decided the outcome. Aldrich believed that speed of information mattered as much as speed of force. Slow truth could not compete with fast fear. He wished leaders invested as much in communication as they did in armament. Clear words prevented more deaths than strong walls ever could. As Aldrich aged, he noticed how rarely anyone revisited the origins of conflict once violence began. Attention shifted to tactics, casualties, and outcomes. The causes faded into the background. Weapons rewrote narratives. He remembered conflicts that began over simple disputes and ended framed as righteous wars. Time and blood transformed memory. Aldrich believed this rewriting prevented resolution. Without understanding beginnings, endings remained temporary. He also thought deeply about how children learned about violence. They overheard stories, watched training, and absorbed fear from adults. Even without holding weapons, they learned their meaning. Weapons shaped childhood indirectly. Aldrich remembered watching boys play at fighting with sticks, imitating drills they had seen. He did not blame them. They mirrored their world. He wished that world offered different examples. Aldrich also noticed how violence affected those who never fought. Farmers altered routines. Merchants changed routes. Families moved. Fear reshaped daily life long before battles occurred. Weapons cast long shadows. He believed that measuring violence only by casualties ignored its wider damage. Disruption, anxiety, and mistrust spread far beyond battlefields. As Aldrich's nights grew quieter, he reflected on justice. People often justified violence as justice delayed. They believed weapons could correct wrongs quickly. Aldrich had learned that weapons rarely delivered justice. They delivered outcomes that needed justification afterward. Justice required patience. Weapons punished patience. Before we move deeper, remember to subscribe if you want to continue this slow, honest journey through medieval life and the forces beneath its conflicts. Your support keeps this kind of storytelling alive. Aldrich also considered how revenge shaped cycles of violence. Harm demanded response. Response demanded escalation. Each act felt justified by the one before it. Weapons made escalation efficient. He had seen families locked in blood feuds that spanned generations. No one remembered the original cause. Only the obligation remained. Aldrich believed that ending such cycles required someone to accept unresolved pain. That was a hard ask. Weapons avoided that pain by redirecting it. As Aldrich rested with these thoughts, he felt clarity rather than despair. Understanding did not erase suffering, but it softened bitterness. He accepted that his life's work was not about stopping violence completely. It was about reducing unnecessary harm through awareness. Awareness was slow. Weapons were fast. That contrast defined history. As Aldrich sat longer with these thoughts, he realized how deeply violence depended on permission. Not written permission, but emotional permission. People needed to feel allowed to harm others. That permission was granted quietly, through language, symbols, and shared beliefs. Weapons made that permission feel official. He remembered how easily words changed when violence approached. Neighbors became threats. Disagreements became betrayals. Outsiders became enemies. Each shift loosened restraint. Aldrich understood now that violence required rehearsal long before action. Stories were told. Warnings repeated. Fear was rehearsed until it felt familiar. By the time weapons were drawn, the decision had already been made internally. Steel merely followed thought. Aldrich reflected on how leaders shaped that rehearsal. They framed danger in absolute terms. They simplified choices. They removed nuance. People were told they must act now or suffer later. Weapons made urgency visible. He had seen how crowds reacted to such framing. Individual judgment dissolved. Collective momentum took over. People felt protected by numbers and righteousness. Weapons gave that feeling weight. Aldrich also noticed how exhaustion made people vulnerable to manipulation. Long workdays, hunger, grief, and uncertainty drained resistance. When someone offered a clear target and a clear solution, people listened. Weapons promised simplicity. He believed this was why prolonged hardship often preceded violence. People reached a point where complexity felt unbearable. They wanted clarity at any cost. Weapons delivered clarity brutally. Aldrich thought about mercy, a concept often praised but rarely practiced under pressure. Mercy required seeing the other person as fully human even when afraid or angry. Weapons made mercy feel risky. He remembered moments when mercy had saved lives. A delayed strike, a conversation instead of punishment, a chance given where none was required. These moments were fragile. Aldrich believed mercy was strongest before weapons entered the scene. Afterward, it demanded extraordinary courage. He also reflected on how shame drove escalation. Once someone committed to violence, backing down felt humiliating. Pride locked people into action. Weapons punished retreat socially. Aldrich had once felt that trap himself. He remembered gripping a sword not because he wanted to fight, but because he felt watched. The eyes of others weighed more than his own judgment. That realization stayed with him. If this story is giving you a clearer picture of how violence actually unfolds, take a moment to like the video. It helps keep this kind of slow, honest storytelling alive. Aldrich also noticed how rules were bent once violence began. Laws that had seemed firm became flexible. Exceptions multiplied. Each exception made the next easier. Weapons normalized exception. He had seen acts once considered unthinkable become routine. The line moved quietly. People adjusted without noticing. Aldrich believed this gradual erosion caused more harm than any single brutal act. It reshaped values without announcement. He thought deeply about accountability. After violence, blame often scattered. No one felt responsible alone. Decisions were collective. Guilt was diluted. Weapons facilitated that diffusion. Aldrich believed accountability required naming choices clearly. Who decided? What alternatives existed? These questions were uncomfortable. They threatened cohesion. But without them, violence repeated. As Aldrich approached the final chapters of his life, he became more attentive to small moments. A pause in conversation, a lowered voice, a shared meal. These moments resisted escalation. Weapons disrupted them. He encouraged people to protect these spaces fiercely. Peace was built in ordinary interactions long before it was tested by crisis. Aldrich also thought about forgiveness, not as forgetting, but as releasing the need for retribution. Forgiveness broke cycles that weapons reinforced. He knew forgiveness was often misunderstood as weakness. In reality, it demanded immense strength. Weapons offered an easier path. Aldrich accepted that not everyone could choose forgiveness. Pain sometimes overwhelmed capacity. He did not judge that. He judged systems that offered no alternative. As Aldrich rested with these reflections, he felt a quiet satisfaction. He had not solved violence. He had mapped it honestly. Maps mattered. Before this part closes, consider subscribing if you want to continue this long exploration of medieval life beyond myths, battles, and movie scenes. Your support keeps depth possible. Aldrich's final understanding in this part of his journey was that violence thrived on shortcuts. Shortcuts in thinking. Shortcuts in communication. Shortcuts in empathy. Weapons were the ultimate shortcut. Choosing the longer path required patience, humility, and courage of a different kind. That path was harder to see and harder to celebrate. But it was the only one that led somewhere new. Aldrich rested with that knowledge, content to let the story continue beyond him. As Aldrich moved deeper into reflection, his thoughts began circling around one of the most uncomfortable truths he had learned. Violence often felt reasonable at the moment it happened. Rarely did it appear monstrous from the inside. It felt logical, even necessary, given the information and emotions present at the time. That realization disturbed him more than any battle memory. He understood now that most people who committed violence did not see themselves as villains. They saw themselves as responders, protectors, or victims forced into action. Weapons fit neatly into that self-image. They allowed people to feel decisive rather than cruel. Aldrich remembered his younger self justifying actions quickly and thoroughly. There was always a reason, a threat, a duty, a fear. Only later did space appear between cause and consequence. Weapons collapsed that space. He believed this was why hindsight was so painful. Distance revealed alternatives that pressure had hidden. Choices that once seemed impossible became obvious after the fact. Aldrich wished more people understood this before acting. He also reflected on how environments shaped perception. Crowded camps, sleepless nights, and constant alerts narrowed thinking. Rumors felt urgent. Silence felt dangerous. Every sound demanded interpretation. Weapons amplified this state of mind. He remembered nights where men slept with blades within reach, waking at every movement. In such conditions, patience dissolved. Fear filled gaps left by exhaustion. Violence flourished in fatigue. Aldrich believed rest was one of the most underestimated tools of peace. Tired people made poor decisions. Restored people noticed nuance. Weapons did not rest. If this deeper look into the mental side of medieval violence is helping you see history more clearly, take a moment to like the video. It helps thoughtful, long-form storytelling reach the people who value it. Aldrich also thought about how masculinity shaped responses to fear. Men were taught to suppress vulnerability and project certainty. Admitting doubt felt dangerous. Asking for help felt weak. Weapons provided a socially acceptable outlet for that pressure. He had seen men act violently not because they wanted to, but because they felt trapped by expectation. Their identity demanded action. Steel provided justification. Aldrich believed that redefining strength could have prevented countless deaths. Strength as restraint, strength as honesty, strength as patience. But those definitions were harder to perform publicly. He reflected on how rituals reinforced violent identity. Armor ceremonies, weapon blessings, and oaths created emotional momentum. Once completed, backing out felt like betrayal. Weapons turned ritual into commitment. Aldrich remembered standing through such rituals himself, feeling both honored and uneasy. The path forward narrowed with each spoken word. He believed rituals should allow exit, not trap people inside decisions made under pressure. Aldrich also examined how group identity fueled escalation. Once labeled as us and them, empathy shrank. Individual differences vanished. Weapons enforced those boundaries physically. He had seen men kill strangers they might have befriended under different circumstances. That truth haunted him. As Aldrich's reflections continued, he noticed how rarely people prepared for aftermath. They planned battles meticulously but ignored consequences. Trauma, displacement, and grief were treated as unavoidable costs rather than outcomes to be managed. Weapons ended fights, not suffering. Aldrich believed that planning for aftermath should be mandatory. How would families survive? How would trust be rebuilt? How would children understand what happened? Without those answers, violence lingered. He also thought about how time distorted memory. Pain softened, anger dulled. Stories grew simpler. What once felt unbearable became tolerable in recollection. Weapons benefited from that softening. Aldrich worried that forgetting pain invited repetition. Memory needed maintenance just like walls and roads. He encouraged people to remember honestly, not heroically. Before we move further, remember to subscribe if you want to keep following this long journey through medieval life with depth and honesty. Your support keeps this possible. Aldrich also reflected on the rare moments when violence truly felt unavoidable. He did not deny their existence. There were times when immediate harm had to be stopped. But even in those moments, restraint mattered. Weapons should end danger, not express anger. He believed that the difference between defense and cruelty often lay in intention, which was invisible from the outside but decisive within. Aldrich wished that lesson were easier to teach. As Aldrich's nights grew longer and quieter, he found himself less interested in judgment and more interested in understanding. Why people chose what they chose, what pressures shaped those decisions. Understanding softened anger. He accepted that perfection was impossible. People would continue making harmful choices under pressure. The goal was not elimination, but reduction. Weapons made reduction harder. Aldrich rested with that awareness, knowing the story was still unfolding. As Aldrich continued reflecting, he realized that one of the most powerful drivers of violence was certainty mixed with fear. People were rarely afraid alone. Fear combined with belief created momentum. Once someone believed they were right and threatened at the same time, weapons felt inevitable. He had seen this pattern repeat across regions and years. Disputes hardened when both sides believed compromise meant surrender. Weapons entered not as tools of aggression, but as symbols of resolve. Aldrich believed this was why negotiations often failed just before violence began. Pride arrived disguised as principle. Fear arrived disguised as urgency. Weapons made both feel justified. He thought about how often people confused strength with control. Leaders wanted to appear decisive, even when uncertainty remained. Admitting doubt felt like weakness. Weapons offered a visible solution to invisible problems. Aldrich had once admired decisiveness without questioning its cost. Now he understood that control imposed through fear was temporary. Resentment always outlasted enforcement. Weapons delayed consequences, they did not remove them. He also reflected on how violence shaped language. Words became sharper, jokes disappeared, speech grew formal and guarded. In such environments, misunderstanding multiplied. Weapons thrived where language failed. Aldrich remembered councils where no one spoke honestly because fear hovered in the room. Silence passed for agreement. Decisions followed that silence. Later, everyone claimed they had no choice. Aldrich believed silence was one of the most dangerous forms of consent. Weapons made silence louder. He also considered how isolation intensified fear. Communities cut off from information relied on rumor. Rumor exaggerated threat. Exaggerated threat justified action. Weapons filled informational gaps. Aldrich believed that openness reduced violence. When people understood each other's needs and limits, escalation slowed. Secrecy accelerated it. He had watched open markets remain calm while guarded compounds turned hostile. Visibility reduced paranoia. Weapons preferred darkness. If this part of the story is helping you understand how violence grows quietly before exploding, take a moment to like the video. It helps thoughtful storytelling reach those who want depth over spectacle. Aldrich also thought about how violence reshaped identity. People who survived conflict often define themselves by it. Past actions hardened into self-image. Admitting regret threatened that identity. Weapons froze people in past versions of themselves. He had seen men who could not let go of war even after it ended. They carried vigilance into peace, suspicion into trust, aggression into conversation. Aldrich believed that healing required permission to change. Without it, people remained trapped. He wished societies offered clearer paths back to normal life after violence. Instead, they often glorified endurance and ignored recovery. Weapons ended wars. They did not rebuild people. Aldrich reflected on how children of violence inherited unresolved fear. Even if they never saw combat, they absorbed its aftermath. Adults spoke carefully. Doors were locked more tightly. Trust narrowed. Weapons shaped childhood indirectly again. He believed that protecting children from violence required more than removing weapons. It required addressing fear honestly. Aldrich also examined how justice systems struggled after conflict. Punishment felt necessary, but too much punishment reignited resentment. Too little bred anger. Weapons complicated justice. He believed accountability should focus on restoration, not just retribution. Repairing trust mattered more than assigning blame. But restoration was slow and uncomfortable. Weapons promised faster closure. Aldrich thought about moments when violence stopped unexpectedly. Not through victory, but exhaustion. People simply ran out of energy. Hatred burned itself out. These endings felt unsatisfying, but they saved lives. Weapons did not cause exhaustion. Human limits did. Aldrich believed recognizing those limits earlier could prevent escalation. People were not endless. Neither was rage. As Aldrich's reflections deepened, he noticed how rarely people planned for reconciliation before conflict began. They prepared for victory, not coexistence. Weapons made coexistence harder. He believed every preparation for war should include preparation for peace. Without that, violence lingered long after fighting stopped. Before this part closes, remember to subscribe if you want to continue following this long, honest journey through medieval life and the psychology beneath its conflicts. Your support keeps this level of depth possible. Aldrich's final understanding in this part of his life was that violence thrived on narrow thinking. The more limited the imagined future, the more likely weapons appeared. Expanding imagination reduced violence. People needed to believe there were paths forward that did not involve blood. Aldrich hoped his story helped widen that vision even slightly. He rested with that thought, knowing the journey continued. As Aldrich's reflections deepened further, his thoughts turned toward time itself and how violence distorted it. During conflict, moments stretched unnaturally long, while entire years seemed to vanish afterward. Memory bent around fear. Some days burned sharply into the mind, while others disappeared entirely. Weapons intensified this distortion. Aldrich remembered how waiting before a clash felt endless. Every sound mattered. Every shadow hinted at threat. Yet once weapons met, events unfolded too quickly to process. Decisions were made without reflection. Consequences arrived before understanding. Later, when silence returned, Time rushed forward, carrying people away from what they had done. Aldrich believed this uneven experience of time made learning difficult. Reflection required space, but violence collapsed that space at both ends. Before and after blurred together. He also noticed how urgency ruled decision-making during crises. People felt pressured to act immediately, even when waiting might have revealed better options. Delay felt dangerous. Action felt safe. Weapons rewarded speed. Aldrich had learned that many irreversible mistakes were made not out of malice, but impatience. The desire to resolve uncertainty drove people toward force. He wished more people understood that uncertainty was survivable. If this slower, reflective look at medieval conflict is helping you see beyond simple battle stories, take a moment to like the video. It helps long-form, thoughtful history reach people who value depth. Aldrich also reflected on how violence reshaped relationships. Friends became suspicious. Neighbors avoided eye contact. Familiar places felt altered. Weapons changed how people occupied space. He remembered walking through towns after conflicts and sensing tension in ordinary movements. Doors closed more quickly. Conversations ended sooner. Laughter sounded forced. Violence lingered in posture and silence. Aldrich believed that rebuilding trust required more effort than building defenses. Walls could be repaired quickly. Confidence took years. Weapons protected walls, not trust. He also thought about how violence changed leadership. Leaders who emerged during conflict often struggled in peace. Skills that worked under pressure felt abrasive afterward. Weapons elevated certain personalities. Aldrich had seen commanders who thrived in chaos but created conflict when none existed. They mistook calm for weakness and sought problems to solve. He believed this was why peace was fragile after war. Those most accustomed to violence often held power. Aldrich reflected on how societies could transition leadership deliberately after conflict. He believed different skills were needed for rebuilding than for fighting. Weapons did not distinguish between these phases. He also noticed how victory complicated morality. Winners rewrote stories. Losses were justified. Excesses were minimized. Weapons made outcomes feel deserved. Aldrich believed victory demanded humility, but humility rarely followed success. He remembered how easily triumph turned into entitlement. The belief that survival proved righteousness spread quickly. Weapons reinforced that belief. As Aldrich's thoughts moved onward, he considered how violence shaped economic life. Trade routes shifted. Skills were lost. Resources diverted to defense. Weapons drained futures. He had seen regions stagnate for generations after conflict. Not because of destruction alone, but because fear discouraged investment and cooperation. Peace required confidence. Aldrich believed that protecting economic stability reduced violence more effectively than expanding armies. People with something to lose avoided escalation. Weapons thrived where despair dominated. Aldrich also thought about the personal cost of long-term vigilance. Living constantly prepared for violence exhausted people. It shortened tempers and narrowed focus. Weapons demanded attention even when unused. He remembered years when he could not fully relax. The habit of readiness followed him everywhere. That vigilance protected him once. Later, it imprisoned him. Aldrich believed that learning when to release vigilance was as important as learning when to maintain it. As Aldrich's nights grew quieter still, he found clarity in recognizing limits. No one could remain alert forever. No society could remain armed without consequence. Weapons imposed constant psychological cost. Before we move further, remember to subscribe if you want to continue this deep, honest exploration of medieval life beyond battles and legends. Your support keeps this kind of storytelling possible. Aldrich also reflected on how violence reshaped values subtly over time. What once felt unacceptable slowly became normal. The line moved quietly. Weapons normalized extremes. He had watched language change. Actions once condemned became tolerated. Tolerance became expectation. Aldrich believed that vigilance against normalization mattered more than vigilance against enemies. As his reflections continued, he felt a calm acceptance. He could not undo what had been done. He could only speak truthfully about it. Truth did not erase pain, but it prevented illusion. Aldrich rested with that knowledge as the story continued forward. As Aldrich allowed his thoughts to move beyond the immediate effects of violence, he began to see how deeply it reshaped memory itself. People did not remember events as they happened. They remembered them as they needed to. Painful details were blurred. Responsibility shifted. Meaning was rewritten. Weapons influenced memory as much as they influenced action. He remembered men who once spoke honestly about fear, later describing the same moments as heroic. He did not accuse them of lying. He understood memory protected identity. Admitting terror threatened the story people told themselves about who they were. Weapons became anchors for those stories. A blade displayed on a wall replaced complicated emotions with a simple symbol. Aldrich believed that symbols simplified memory at the cost of truth. He also reflected on how monuments shaped collective memory. Statues honored victories but rarely acknowledged suffering. Names carved in stone listed the dead without telling how or why they died. Weapons featured prominently in these monuments. Aldrich thought that remembering violence without context prepared the ground for its repetition. People learned what to admire without learning what to avoid. He believed memory needed balance. Pain alongside pride. Loss alongside survival. As Aldrich's reflections continued, he thought about how violence distorted morality. Actions judged unacceptable in peace were excused in war. The line between necessity and cruelty blurred. Weapons justified that blur. He remembered moments when he acted harshly and felt justified because others did worse. Comparison replaced conscience. Scale replaced judgment. Aldrich believed morality eroded gradually under pressure. People adapted without noticing. He warned younger listeners that moral compromise rarely arrived as a single choice. It arrived as a series of small allowances. Weapons accelerated that series. Aldrich also considered how violence affected truth. During conflict, truth became dangerous. Information was controlled. Rumors replaced facts. Lies served strategy. Weapons enforced silence. He had seen messengers punished for carrying inconvenient news. He had seen leaders ignore warnings because they contradicted desired outcomes. Aldrich believed truth was one of violence's first casualties, not because people hated it, but because it complicated action. He also reflected on how violence reshaped spiritual belief. Some people lost faith. Others clung to it more tightly. Both responses were understandable. Weapons tested belief. Aldrich had prayed before battles and afterward. He had questioned and reaffirmed faith in cycles. He no longer believed violence revealed divine will. It revealed human limits. That realization brought humility. If this exploration of memory, morality, and belief is adding depth to your understanding of medieval life, take a moment to like the video. It helps thoughtful, long-form storytelling survive. Aldrich also thought about reconciliation across generations. Children inherited stories they did not experience. They carried resentment and pride without context. Weapons shaped those inherited narratives. He had seen young men eager to avenge wrongs committed before they were born. Memory hardened into obligation. Aldrich believed breaking such cycles required courage to question inherited stories. That questioning felt like betrayal. Weapons punished questioning. As Aldrich's life neared its final stretch, he found himself less concerned with outcomes and more concerned with honesty. He wanted to leave behind words that did not flatter violence or excuse it. He accepted that his story would be incomplete. All stories were. But incomplete honesty was better than complete myth. Aldrich also reflected on forgiveness again, seeing it now not as a moral command but as a practical necessity. Without forgiveness, violence echoed indefinitely. Weapons extended echoes. He believed forgiveness required acknowledging harm clearly. Forgetting did not heal. Naming did. Aldrich encouraged people to speak plainly about loss and responsibility. Avoiding truth delayed healing. As his reflections settled, he felt gratitude for having reached this understanding, even late. Many never did. He believed that recognizing violence's complexity was the first step toward reducing its appeal. Before this part closes, consider subscribing if you want to continue this long, honest journey through medieval life beyond battle scenes and heroic myths. Your support keeps this level of depth possible. Aldrich's final realization in this part of his journey was that violence promised resolution but delivered continuation. It ended moments while extending consequences. Weapons closed chapters violently but opened longer ones quietly. Understanding that difference mattered, Aldrich rested with this knowledge, content to let the story move forward without him directing it. As Aldrich's body weakened further, his awareness of endings sharpened. Not just his own, but the endings that violence created everywhere it touched. He realized that conflict was less about beginnings than about how things ended. How conversations ended. How trust ended. How patience ended. Weapons arrived at the moment when people stopped imagining better endings. Aldrich thought about how many conflicts he had witnessed that could have ended quietly. A compromise accepted. An apology offered. A delay agreed upon. These endings lacked drama, so they were dismissed. Weapons offered decisive endings. Clean, loud, unforgettable. He remembered standing at the edge of disputes where both sides still spoke, still argued, still insulted one another. As long as words flowed, endings remained flexible. Once silence fell and hands moved to hilts, the ending hardened. Aldrich believed silence was often the final warning. He also reflected on how pride shaped endings. People clung to positions long after they stopped making sense. Retreat felt like erasure. Compromise felt like loss. Weapons reframed loss as victory. Aldrich had once believed that winning justified the cost. Age taught him otherwise. Winning often only delayed the reckoning. If this deeper look at how violence really ends is helping you rethink medieval conflict, take a moment to like the video. It helps long-form, honest storytelling reach people who value depth over spectacle. Aldrich also considered how grief distorted endings. People who had already lost something were quicker to risk losing more. Pain narrowed perspective. Revenge promised emotional resolution. Weapons offered that promise convincingly. He had seen men who no longer feared death because they felt dead already. Their willingness to fight terrified others and escalated conflict rapidly. Aldrich believed that caring for grief early prevented violence later. Unacknowledged loss hardened into anger. Weapons gave anger purpose. He thought about how societies rushed past grief. Funerals were brief. Mourning periods short. Life resumed quickly. Unprocessed grief lingered. Aldrich also reflected on how endings were taught. Stories celebrated final battles, heroic last stands, and dramatic sacrifices. Rarely did they celebrate quiet resolutions. Weapons dominated narrative endings. He believed people learned to expect dramatic conclusions. Peaceful endings felt anticlimactic. That expectation shaped behavior. As Aldrich's thoughts deepened, he considered how fear of endings kept violence alive. People feared losing identity, status, or security more than they feared harm. Weapons preserved identity through dominance. He had seen leaders prolong conflict because peace threatened their authority. War defined them. Without it, they were ordinary. Weapons protected relevance. Aldrich believed that societies needed ways for people to transition out of violent roles with dignity. Without that, violence persisted. He also reflected on how children learned about endings. They heard stories of fallen heroes and glorious sacrifices. They rarely heard about survivors who chose restraint. Weapons taught children what kind of endings mattered. Aldrich wished more stories ended with reflection rather than triumph. He noticed how violence altered the meaning of success. Success became survival rather than well-being. Avoiding death felt like victory. Weapons lowered expectations. Aldrich believed that true success was continuity without fear. Communities that endured without constant vigilance were healthier than those that survived through force. Weapons demanded vigilance. As Aldrich rested in these reflections, he felt a quiet sadness, not for what he had lost, but for how much had been normalized. Violence had become routine in ways people no longer questioned. Normalization was violence's greatest ally. Before we move further, remember to subscribe if you want to continue this long, thoughtful journey through medieval life beyond battles and myths. Your support keeps depth possible. Aldrich also thought about forgiveness once more, this time as an ending rather than a beginning. Forgiveness closed chapters that weapons left open. He had seen forgiveness halt cycles that force could not. But forgiveness required courage without recognition. It rarely earned praise. Weapons earned applause. Aldrich believed that what people applauded revealed what they valued. As Aldrich's strength continued to fade, he found peace in accepting that endings were not always fair or neat. But they could be honest. Honest endings left less poison behind. He hoped that by telling his story this way, he could offer a different kind of ending. One that valued understanding over dominance. The story moved forward. As Aldrich allowed his thoughts to settle further, he began to understand that endings were rarely chosen freely. Most endings were shaped by exhaustion. People fought until they could not continue, argued until voices failed, resisted until bodies broke. Violence often ended not because wisdom prevailed, but because energy ran out. Weapons accelerated exhaustion. He remembered sieges where neither side believed victory was possible anymore, yet neither would surrender. Pride and fear chained them to action. Only hunger and sickness forced an end. Aldrich believed that recognizing limits earlier could save lives. Accepting that not every conflict needed to be resolved through dominance required humility. Weapons punished humility. He also reflected on how endings were delayed by hope. Not hopeful optimism, but desperate hope. The belief that one more push, one more strike, one more sacrifice would change everything. Weapons fed that belief. Aldrich had watched commanders demand final efforts long after logic warned against it. The cost was always paid by others. He believed leadership required the courage to end things early, not prolong them for appearance. Aldrich also thought about how endings were framed afterward. Stories emphasized bravery and sacrifice, rarely hesitation or doubt. The pain of survivors was softened to protect the image of purpose. Weapons shaped memory again. He had seen families accept loss more easily when it was framed as meaningful. That meaning eased grief but sometimes prevented healing. Aldrich believed truth healed better than comfort. He also considered how violence taught people to expect betrayal. Trust once broken was hard to rebuild. Communities learned to anticipate harm. Weapons made suspicion rational. Aldrich had lived long enough to see peace treaties signed and broken. Promises meant little when fear remained. He believed rebuilding trust required visible, sustained restraint. Words alone could not undo what weapons had done. If this part of the story is helping you understand why violence lingers long after fighting stops, take a moment to like the video. It helps keep long, honest history alive. Aldrich also reflected on how endings affected identity. People who had lived by conflict struggled in peace. Their skills felt useless. Their purpose vanished. Weapons defined them. Without violence, they felt lost. Aldrich believed societies needed rituals to help people release violent identities. Without them, people clung to conflict as familiarity. He had seen men provoke disputes simply to feel useful again. Weapons offered relevance. Aldrich also examined how violence reshaped family life. Children learned silence. Partners learned patience. Love adapted to danger. Weapons invaded homes indirectly. He remembered families who never spoke openly about fear, believing silence offered protection. It did not. Aldrich believed honesty within families reduced the long-term impact of violence. As Aldrich's days shortened further, he found clarity in acknowledging regret without letting it define him. Regret was information, not condemnation. Weapons created regret, but reflection gave it meaning. He wished he had understood earlier that restraint was not cowardice. It was wisdom practiced under pressure. Aldrich also thought about legacy. Not monuments or songs, but habits passed down quietly. How people handled conflict in small moments mattered more than how battles were fought. Weapons shaped habits, but they did not determine them. Aldrich hoped his story encouraged others to pause before reaching for force. Even a brief pause could change an ending. Before this part closes, consider subscribing if you want to continue following this long, honest journey through medieval life beyond heroic myths and simplified battles. Your support keeps this depth possible. Aldrich's final realization in this part of his journey was that endings revealed values. What people were willing to sacrifice showed what they truly believed. Weapons exposed those beliefs starkly. Choosing restraint, even when victory was possible, revealed a different set of values. Aldrich believed that those values deserved more attention than they received. He rested with that thought, knowing the story still had more ground to cover. As Aldrich moved further into the final stretch of his life, his thoughts began to drift away from conflict itself and toward survival after it. Not survival of the body, but survival of the mind. He had seen enough men live through violence only to be hollowed out by it later. They breathed, worked, and spoke, but something essential had been eroded. Weapons had kept them alive. They had not kept them whole. Aldrich remembered companions who returned from campaigns physically intact yet restless, unable to settle into ordinary life. Silence felt uncomfortable. Calm felt unnatural. They scanned rooms automatically, measured exits, watched hands. Violence trained vigilance deeply. Aldrich believed that prolonged exposure to danger rewired attention. The mind adapted to threat until threat became the default expectation. Even when weapons were set aside, the anticipation of their return remained. He thought this was one of violence's quietest harms. He reflected on how few societies understood this damage. Survival was celebrated. Adaptation was ignored. People were expected to return to normal as if nothing fundamental had changed. Weapons created new normals. Aldrich also noticed how humor often masked damage. Jokes softened memories. Laughter hid discomfort. Men bonded over stories that skipped the hardest parts. Weapons were present in these stories as proof of toughness. Aldrich did not condemn this coping. He understood it, but he worried that avoidance delayed healing. Pain that went unnamed did not disappear. He believed that acknowledging inner wounds was not weakness, but responsibility. If this deeper look at life after violence is resonating, take a moment to like the video. It helps long, honest storytelling reach people who want more than surface history. Aldrich also reflected on how communities responded to returning fighters. Praise came easily. Listening did not. People preferred stories of bravery to accounts of fear. Weapons symbolized bravery. Fear complicated it. Aldrich believed communities needed rituals for listening, not just celebrating. Without them, survivors carried burdens alone. He had tried to create such spaces informally, inviting conversation rather than performance. Some accepted, others avoided him. He did not take it personally. Aldrich also examined how violence reshaped relationships. Bonds formed under threat were intense but fragile. Shared danger created loyalty, but peace tested it. Weapons forged bonds quickly. Peace required maintenance. He had seen friendships dissolve once violence ended. Without shared threat, differences resurfaced. Some men felt betrayed by the loss of intensity. Aldrich believed that learning to build relationships without crisis was a skill rarely taught. He also thought about how violence altered self-worth. Some people measured their value by their ability to endure or inflict harm. Without that context, they felt diminished. Weapons provided identity. Aldrich believed that societies needed ways to redefine worth beyond conflict. Skill, care, creativity, and patience deserved recognition too. He remembered how rarely those qualities were praised in violent times. As Aldrich's reflections continued, he thought about fear of peace. For some, peace felt dangerous because it removed structure. Without clear enemies, uncertainty returned. Weapons had once provided clarity. Aldrich believed this fear explained why some people sabotaged peace intentionally or unconsciously. Conflict was familiar. Calm required adjustment. He had seen small provocations reignite old tensions. Not because people wanted war, but because they did not know how to live without it. Aldrich also reflected on how violence affected memory of self. People remembered who they were during conflict and struggled to reconcile that with who they became afterward. Weapons froze identity in intense moments. He believed that allowing identity to evolve was crucial. Clinging to past selves trapped people. Aldrich hoped that telling his story honestly could offer permission to change. Before we move further, remember to subscribe if you want to continue this long, thoughtful journey through medieval life beyond battles and myths. Your support keeps this depth possible. Aldrich also thought about how silence returned after violence. Not the tense silence before conflict, but the empty silence afterward. That silence frightened many more than noise. Weapons had filled space. Without them, people felt exposed. Aldrich believed learning to sit with that silence was necessary for healing. He had learned it slowly. As Aldrich rested with these thoughts, he felt gratitude for having survived long enough to understand them. Many never reached this stage. Understanding did not erase pain, but it gave it shape. The story continued. As Aldrich continued reflecting on life after violence, he realized that survival carried an obligation most people never spoke about. Those who lived carried knowledge that could either rot inside them or be passed on carefully. Silence protected comfort, but truth protected the future. Weapons ended moments. Memory extended them. Aldrich remembered years when he avoided speaking about what he had seen. Not because he was ashamed, but because he did not know how to explain experiences that had no clean edges. Violence was chaotic. Explaining it honestly risked sounding weak or confused. Society preferred certainty. Weapons offered simple narratives. Courage, cowardice, victory, defeat. Reality existed between those words. Aldrich believed that telling incomplete stories was dangerous. People learned the wrong lessons. They learned that violence was clear and decisive, not messy and costly. He also noticed how quickly younger men romanticized what they had not experienced. Distance softened fear. Stories hardened confidence. Weapons grew attractive in imagination. Aldrich tried, when asked, to describe discomfort rather than glory. The weight of armor over long marches. The ache in joints before battle. The nausea before impact. The ringing silence afterward. Some listened. Others smiled politely and remembered only what fit their expectations. Aldrich understood then that wisdom could not be forced. It had to be invited. If this honest look at survival beyond battle is helping you see medieval life differently, take a moment to like the video. It helps thoughtful history reach people who want truth instead of fantasy. Aldrich also reflected on how violence altered decision-making long after it ended. People accustomed to threat reacted faster, but not always better. Quick decisions sometimes replaced careful thought even in peaceful settings. Weapons trained urgency. He noticed this in himself. A tendency to act before reflecting. A discomfort with prolonged discussion. He had to relearn patience intentionally. Aldrich believed peace required different instincts. Slowness, listening, tolerance for ambiguity. Those instincts felt unnatural after years of conflict. He also thought about how violence shaped faith. Some people clung to belief more tightly afterward. Others lost it entirely. Both responses made sense. Weapons forced people to confront mortality directly. Aldrich had seen prayers whispered before battle and curses shouted afterward. Faith bent under pressure. He believed faith that survived violence often became quieter and more personal. Less performative, less certain. As Aldrich's reflections deepened, he thought about forgiveness again, this time directed inward. Many survivors carried guilt for actions taken under extreme pressure. Judging those moments by peaceful standards created endless regret. Weapons created moral traps. Aldrich believed self-forgiveness required understanding context without excusing harm. It was a delicate balance. He had struggled with it himself. Over time, he learned to acknowledge responsibility while recognizing coercion. Choices made under threat were still choices, but they were constrained. That understanding brought him some peace. Aldrich also reflected on how violence altered sensory memory. Certain sounds lingered forever. Metal striking metal. Screams cut short. The thud of bodies falling. Weapons imprinted deeply. Even years later, unexpected noises startled him. He learned to breathe through it rather than deny it. Aldrich believed that accepting these responses as normal reduced shame. He also noticed how survivors often developed strong empathy. Having seen suffering closely, they recognized it quickly in others. Small signs mattered. Weapons taught awareness painfully. Aldrich tried to use that awareness for kindness. Pause before judgment. A willingness to listen. Before moving further, remember to subscribe if you want to continue following this long, honest journey through medieval life beyond battles and myths. Your support allows stories like this to exist without shortcuts. Aldrich's thoughts turned toward legacy again, but this time focused on teaching rather than remembrance. He believed the most important knowledge was not tactical but emotional. How fear felt, how pressure narrowed vision, how easily mistakes multiplied. Weapons multiplied mistakes. He wished young people were taught not just how conflict started, but how they spiraled. How pride fed fear. How fear demanded action. How action removed choice. Aldrich believed prevention began with understanding these patterns. As his strength continued to fade, Aldrich accepted that his role was no longer to act, but to witness, to offer perspective without demanding agreement. He found peace in that role. The story continued forward, quieter now, but no less important. As Aldrich's world grew smaller, his attention turned outward again, not toward battlefields or memories of weapons, but toward ordinary people living lives shaped quietly by choices they never fully made. He began to notice how violence had reached far beyond those who ever held steel in their hands. It lived in rules, habits, and fears passed down unnoticed. Weapons changed behavior even when unseen. Aldrich watched how farmers planned their days around risk rather than opportunity. Fields closer to roads were avoided. Travel routes bent away from old conflict zones long after danger faded. People learned where not to go without remembering why. Violence trained geography. He believed that land remembered conflict longer than people did. Paths scarred by blood were avoided instinctively. Certain valleys carried unease. Certain ruins were left untouched. Weapons shaped maps emotionally. Aldrich also reflected on how laws evolved after conflict. Rules tightened. Punishments grew harsher. Authority expanded its reach, justified by the memory of chaos. Weapons legitimized control. He had seen leaders argue that safety required obedience. Many agreed willingly, exhausted by uncertainty. Aldrich believed that fear made people trade freedom for predictability. He also noticed how kindness became cautious. Help was offered with questions attached. Trust demanded proof. Generosity was rationed. Weapons narrowed generosity. Aldrich remembered times when neighbors shared freely. After conflict, even bread was measured carefully. He did not judge this. He understood scarcity of safety made people defensive. If this quieter look at how violence shapes everyday life is helping you rethink medieval history, take a moment to like the video. It helps long, thoughtful storytelling survive. Aldrich also thought about how violence altered language. Words once harmless gained threat. Simple gestures became signals. Tone mattered more than content. Weapons sharpened communication. A raised voice could provoke fear. A silence could provoke suspicion. Conversations became careful dances. Aldrich believed this constant caution drained joy from interaction. He remembered laughter that once came easily. After violence, laughter felt risky, like tempting fate. Weapons taught restraint even in happiness. Aldrich also reflected on how children absorbed fear indirectly. They sensed tension without understanding it. Adults shielded them from stories but not from behavior. Weapons educated children silently. He had watched children avoid places without knowing why. He had seen them flinch at raised voices. Fear became normal. Aldrich believed children learned what adults practiced, not what they explained. He also considered how work changed after violence. Trades adjusted to defense needs. Blacksmiths made locks instead of tools. Carpenters reinforced doors instead of furniture. Weapons redirected labor. Communities invested more in protection than comfort. Aldrich believed this shift slowed cultural growth. Art suffered. Innovation stalled. Safety consumed resources. As Aldrich's reflections continued, he thought about hospitality. Travelers were questioned more carefully. Inns closed earlier. Outsiders were watched. Weapons turned strangers into risks. Aldrich remembered a time when travelers brought stories and news. After conflict, they brought worry. He believed openness required confidence that violence had eroded. Before moving further, remember to subscribe if you want to continue this long, honest exploration of medieval life beyond battles and legends. Your support keeps depth alive. Aldrich also noticed how rituals changed. Festivals became smaller. Public gatherings were controlled. Celebrations ended earlier. Weapons reduced joy publicly. People still celebrated privately, behind walls. Aldrich believed joy retreated inward when safety felt uncertain. He also thought about how violence shaped patience. People tolerated less inconvenience. Small disruptions triggered outsized reactions. Weapons shortened tempers. He had seen arguments escalate quickly over trivial matters. Stress had reduced resilience. Aldrich believed healing required time without threat, something many never received. As Aldrich rested with these observations, he felt sorrow for how deeply violence had woven itself into daily life. Not as dramatic moments, but as quiet constraints. Weapons rarely needed to be used to exert control. Their memory was enough. The story continued. As Aldrich continued watching ordinary life unfold, he realized how deeply violence had shaped expectations. People planned for disruption as if it were inevitable. Storage rooms were overfilled. Tools were hidden. Doors were reinforced even during peaceful seasons. Weapons trained anticipation. He noticed how people spoke about the future. Hope was cautious. Plans included escape routes. Prosperity was imagined temporarily, never permanently. Violence shortened vision. Aldrich believed that when people stopped believing in long futures, they stopped investing fully in the present. Repairs became temporary. Buildings were patched instead of rebuilt. Relationships were maintained, but rarely deepened. Weapons encouraged survival thinking. He also reflected on how silence functioned socially. Some topics were avoided entirely. Asking the wrong question could reopen wounds or provoke anger. Weapons created conversational borders. Aldrich remembered trying to ask elders about past conflicts and being met with silence. Not refusal, but exhaustion. He understood then that some stories were carried too long to retell easily. Aldrich also noticed how moral judgment shifted after violence. Actions once condemned were excused if they seemed protective. Harshness was tolerated. Cruelty blurred into caution. Weapons adjusted moral thresholds. He believed this was dangerous. When standards shifted quietly, restoring them was difficult. Aldrich also thought about how violence affected leadership selection. People favored those who projected strength over wisdom. Calm voices were mistaken for weakness. Weapons influenced elections long before formal voting existed. He had seen leaders chosen because they frightened enemies, not because they cared for neighbors. Aldrich believed fear-based leadership kept societies trapped in defensive cycles. If this part of the story is helping you understand how violence shapes societies long after fighting stops, take a moment to like the video. It helps long-form, honest history reach people who want depth. Aldrich also reflected on how compassion survived quietly. Despite everything, small acts persisted. Extra bread shared discreetly. Doors left unlocked for trusted neighbors. Warnings whispered rather than shouted. Weapons did not erase kindness entirely. Aldrich believed kindness adapted rather than disappeared. It became selective, careful, and quiet. He found hope in that. He also thought about how violence reshaped memory across generations. Children grew up hearing fragments, not full stories. Fear was inherited without context. Weapons passed down emotion without explanation. Aldrich believed this was why old conflicts reignited unexpectedly. People reacted to feelings they could not trace. Understanding history mattered not to glorify it, but to contain it. Aldrich also noticed how craftsmanship changed. Objects became sturdier but less ornate. Function replaced beauty. Weapons influenced aesthetics. He believed beauty required safety to flourish. Without it, creativity narrowed. As Aldrich's reflections deepened, he considered how violence reshaped timekeeping. Seasons were remembered by conflicts rather than harvests. Years were labeled by disasters. Weapons became chronological markers. Aldrich believed this altered how people experienced aging. Life felt segmented by crisis rather than flow. He also thought about how violence affected migration. Some areas emptied permanently. Others swelled beyond capacity. Weapons moved populations. Communities fractured and reformed unevenly. Aldrich believed displacement carried long-term consequences that outlasted the initial danger. Before moving further, remember to subscribe if you want to continue following this long, thoughtful journey through medieval life beyond battles and myths. Your support allows stories like this to exist without shortcuts. Aldrich's final reflection in this part centered on resilience. Not dramatic resilience, but quiet persistence. The ability to plant again, to repair again, to trust a little again. Weapons tested resilience constantly. Aldrich believed resilience grew not from toughness, but from connection. Shared meals, shared labor, shared stories. Violence threatened connection, but it could not erase the need for it. As Aldrich rested, he felt gratitude for those ordinary people whose lives rarely entered chronicles, yet carried history forward through patience rather than force. Their endurance mattered. The story continued onward. As Aldrich's strength thinned further, his thoughts shifted toward power, not the obvious kind held by kings or commanders, but the quiet power that shaped outcomes long before weapons were raised. He had lived long enough to see that most violence did not begin on battlefields. It began in rooms where decisions were delayed, avoided, or made carelessly. Weapons were usually the last step, not the first. Aldrich reflected on councils he had witnessed where leaders spoke past one another, more focused on preserving pride than solving problems. Each delay hardened positions. Each insult narrowed options. By the time weapons appeared, paths to peace were already gone. Violence was often the result of failed listening. He believed many conflicts could have been prevented if someone had slowed the room down. If someone had named fear openly instead of disguising it as strength. Weapons punished hesitation later, but rewarded it earlier. Aldrich also thought about how power was misunderstood. Many believed power came from force. Aldrich believed force was what people used when power had already slipped away. True power shaped choices quietly. He had seen merchants calm disputes with fair prices. Elders defuse tension with shared history. Mediators prevent bloodshed simply by being trusted. Weapons could not create trust. Aldrich believed trust was the most powerful force in any society, and the easiest to destroy. He also reflected on how violence distorted responsibility. Once weapons entered a conflict, blame scattered. No one felt fully accountable. Chaos diluted guilt. Weapons dissolved ownership. Before violence, choices were traceable. After violence, outcomes felt inevitable. Aldrich believed this sense of inevitability excused cruelty. People claimed they had no choice, even when choices had existed earlier. He also noticed how fear traveled faster than truth. Rumors spread quickly. Exaggerations escalated reactions. One act was magnified into many. Weapons responded to rumors as if they were facts. Aldrich remembered times when entire villages prepared for attack based on stories that were never verified. Fear mobilized faster than reason. He believed slowing information flow reduced violence more effectively than increasing defenses. If this deeper look at how power actually works is helping you rethink medieval conflict, take a moment to like the video. It helps long, thoughtful history reach people who want more than surface stories. Aldrich also reflected on how authority hardened during uncertain times. Leaders tightened control, believing order required force. Rules multiplied. Punishments intensified. Weapons justified authority. Aldrich believed authority earned through fairness lasted longer than authority enforced through fear. He had seen harsh rulers maintain control briefly, then fall violently. Fair rulers faced challenges but inspired loyalty. Weapons enforced obedience. They did not earn respect. Aldrich also thought about how violence affected justice. Courts became instruments of power. Trials shortened. Evidence mattered less than allegiance. Weapons replaced deliberation. He believed justice required patience, something violence could not tolerate. Aldrich remembered cases where punishment was rushed to demonstrate strength. Those decisions haunted communities for generations. He also reflected on how violence reshaped loyalty. People aligned with whoever offered protection, not who offered fairness. Weapons bought loyalty cheaply. Aldrich believed loyalty based on fear dissolved quickly when protection failed. He also considered how violence altered courage. Courage became associated with aggression rather than restraint. Speaking softly was mistaken for weakness. Weapons redefined bravery. Aldrich believed true courage often looked like refusal. Refusal to escalate. Refusal to retaliate. As Aldrich rested with these thoughts, he felt sadness for how often restraint went unnoticed. Quiet prevention rarely entered history books. Weapons created visible events. Prevention created absence. Aldrich believed absence deserved recognition. Before we move further, remember to subscribe if you want to continue this long, honest journey through medieval life beyond battles and myths. Your support keeps this depth possible. Aldrich's reflections then turned to responsibility across generations. He believed each generation inherited unresolved conflicts from the last. Violence passed forward like unfinished work. Weapons handed down fear. He wished more people saw conflict as a debt to be paid thoughtfully, not passed along with interest. As his thoughts settled, Aldrich felt a calm resolve. He could not change the past, but he could describe it honestly enough that others might choose differently. As Aldrich continued turning these ideas over in his mind, he realized that power, when misunderstood, often disguised itself as urgency. Leaders insisted decisions had to be made immediately, even when no immediate danger existed. This pressure removed space for thought, and once space disappeared, mistakes followed. Weapons thrived on urgency. Aldrich remembered moments when slowing down would have changed everything. A day of waiting could have clarified rumors. A single meeting could have revealed misunderstandings. Instead, speed was praised as decisiveness. He believed haste was one of violence's most reliable allies. Aldrich also reflected on how people confused unity with silence. Disagreement was treated as disloyalty. Questions were seen as threats. Weapons enforced unity by force. He believed real unity required disagreement handled respectfully. Without it, resentment grew underground. Aldrich had seen communities outwardly united collapse suddenly because dissent had nowhere safe to exist. He also noticed how violence reshaped negotiation. Bargaining became performative. Demands were exaggerated. Compromise was framed as weakness. Weapons distorted honesty. Aldrich believed honest negotiation required trust that refusal would not be punished with force. Without that trust, talks became rituals on the way to conflict. Aldrich also thought about how violence trained people to think in extremes. Friend or enemy, loyal or traitor, victory or annihilation. Weapons simplified complexity. He believed complexity protected peace. When people accepted mixed motives and partial solutions, escalation slowed. Violence erased nuance. Aldrich reflected on how fear reduced imagination. People struggled to envision futures beyond survival. Long-term planning felt unrealistic. Weapons narrowed horizons. He had seen talented builders and thinkers abandon creative projects because uncertainty made them seem frivolous. Aldrich believed imagination was essential to peace. Without it, people defaulted to repetition. As Aldrich's thoughts deepened, he considered how violence shaped economic power. Those who controlled weapons influenced trade, taxation, and labor. Weapons concentrated authority. He believed that economic fairness reduced violence by reducing desperation. Inequality fed resentment. Aldrich had seen regions stabilize when trade was fair and predictable, even without heavy defenses. He also thought about how violence altered accountability. Leaders blamed chaos for poor decisions. Followers excused cruelty as necessity. Weapons blurred responsibility. Aldrich believed accountability had to be strongest during crisis, not weakest. If this deeper look at power and responsibility is helping you understand medieval life more clearly, take a moment to like the video. It helps long-form, honest history find its audience. Aldrich also reflected on how violence reshaped memory of leadership. Harsh rulers were remembered as strong. Patient rulers were forgotten. Weapons influenced reputation. Aldrich believed memory should evaluate outcomes, not appearances. He also thought about how violence shaped education. Young people were trained for obedience and readiness rather than curiosity. Weapons shaped curricula. Aldrich believed curiosity threatened violent systems because it questioned assumptions. He had seen teachers punished for encouraging independent thought during unstable times. Aldrich also considered how violence influenced gender roles. Strength was valued over care, aggression over empathy. Weapons narrowed acceptable traits. He believed societies that valued care alongside strength were more resilient. As Aldrich rested with these thoughts, he felt clarity. Violence was not inevitable. It was cultivated through habits, incentives, and misunderstandings. Weapons did not create violence alone. People did. That realization brought him both sorrow and hope. Before this part closes, remember to subscribe if you want to continue this long, thoughtful exploration of medieval life beyond myths and battles. Your support keeps this depth alive. Aldrich's final reflection in this part centered on choice. Even under pressure, choices existed. They were constrained, costly, and imperfect, but real. Weapons reduced choices. They did not eliminate them. Aldrich believed acknowledging choice restored responsibility. As his thoughts settled, he felt peace in knowing that truth, spoken honestly, could ripple forward in ways he would never see. The story continued onward. As Aldrich's life narrowed toward its final season, his attention shifted from the forces that shaped societies to the quieter force that shaped individuals from the inside. He began thinking about conscience, not as a fixed moral compass, but as something molded by habit, pressure, and repetition. Violence, he realized, trained conscience the same way it trained the body. Weapons discipline thought. Aldrich remembered moments early in his life when the idea of harming another person felt unthinkable. Even imagining it caused discomfort. That discomfort faded gradually, not because he became cruel, but because repetition dulled resistance. Violence normalized itself. He believed this gradual erosion was one of the most dangerous effects of conflict. No single moment marked the change. There was no clear crossing of a line. Instead, the line moved quietly until it disappeared. Weapons moved the line. Aldrich also reflected on how language softened violence. Killing became neutral terms. Injuries were counted rather than felt. Losses were measured in numbers. Weapons required abstraction. He remembered how this abstraction made decisions easier. When people became figures rather than faces, choices felt lighter. Aldrich believed restoring humanity required slowing down enough to imagine consequences fully. He also thought about how conscience adapted differently in different people. Some hardened quickly, others carried guilt intensely. Both responses were shaped by context. Weapons did not affect everyone equally. Aldrich believed societies failed when they expected uniform reactions to violence. Healing could not be standardized. He had seen men praised for resilience while quietly suffering. Others were condemned for breaking under pressure. Aldrich believed compassion should replace judgment. If this deeper look at how violence reshapes the inner life is helping you understand medieval experience more honestly, take a moment to like the video. It helps long, thoughtful storytelling reach people who value depth. Aldrich also reflected on how violence altered moral shortcuts. In peaceful life, people weighed actions carefully. In conflict, speed mattered more than reflection. Weapons rewarded quick decisions. Over time, those shortcuts became habits, carried into peaceful settings where they caused harm. Aldrich noticed this in arguments resolved with threats rather than discussion. In authority exercised without explanation. Violence leaked into everyday ethics. He believed retraining conscience required deliberate effort. Slowing reactions, questioning instincts. He practiced this himself even late in life. Aldrich also considered how violence shaped shame. Some actions produced deep shame, while others were excused entirely if they aligned with group goals. Weapons redefined acceptable harm. He believed selective shame distorted morality. True ethics required consistency. Aldrich remembered moments when he felt shame not for harming others, but for hesitating. That realization troubled him deeply. Weapons inverted values. He also reflected on how group identity influenced conscience. Actions taken alone might feel wrong. Taken together, they felt justified. Weapons thrived on collective action. Aldrich believed group accountability was essential. Without it, responsibility dissolved. He also thought about forgiveness again, this time from the perspective of conscience. Forgiving oneself required acknowledging harm honestly, not hiding behind orders or necessity. Weapons provided excuses easily. Aldrich believed excuses delayed healing. As Aldrich rested with these thoughts, he felt grateful for the clarity age provided. Understanding came too late to prevent many mistakes, but not too late to name them. Before we move further, remember to subscribe if you want to continue this long, honest journey through medieval life beyond battles and myths. Your support keeps this depth possible. Aldrich also reflected on how conscience influenced legacy. People were remembered not only for what they did, but how they justified it. Weapons left records of action. Words revealed intent. Aldrich believed history judged inner reasoning as much as outward deeds. As his reflections settled, Aldrich accepted that conscience was fragile but resilient, could be damaged but also repaired. Repair required honesty. The story continued onward. As Aldrich continued thinking about conscience, he realized how often it was shaped by reward rather than reflection. People learned what felt right based on what was praised. When violence brought honor, conscience adjusted to accept it. When restraint went unnoticed, it felt pointless. Weapons rewired reward. Aldrich remembered moments when he was praised for harsh actions because they produced quick results. Those moments confused him more than criticism ever had. Praise arrived at the wrong time, teaching the wrong lesson. He believed societies unintentionally trained cruelty by rewarding efficiency without questioning cost. Aldrich also reflected on how fear suppressed conscience. When survival felt uncertain, moral questions felt like luxuries. People postponed ethics until safety returned. Weapons delayed ethics indefinitely. He had seen entire communities operate under emergency logic for years. In that state, conscience narrowed to loyalty and survival. Aldrich believed prolonged fear damaged moral imagination. He also thought about how conscience was negotiated internally. People argued with themselves quietly, justifying actions before taking them. Over time, those arguments shortened. Weapons shortened internal debate. What once required careful justification became automatic. Aldrich believed this automation was dangerous. It allowed harm to occur without awareness. He tried to reverse this by slowing his own thinking, asking why before acting, accepting discomfort. Aldrich also reflected on how violence altered empathy. Seeing repeated suffering could numb feeling rather than deepen it. Weapons exhausted compassion. He remembered times when suffering no longer shocked him. That realization frightened him more than any battle. Aldrich believed empathy required rest and safety to recover. He also noticed how conscience responded differently to personal harm versus distant harm. Suffering seen up close weighed heavier than suffering reported abstractly. Weapons created distance intentionally. Aldrich believed reducing distance restored moral clarity. He also thought about how conscience was taught indirectly. Children learned ethics not through instruction, but observation. They watched how adults justified harm. Weapons educated silently again. Aldrich worried about lessons passed unknowingly. If this honest look at conscience under pressure is helping you rethink medieval life, take a moment to like the video. It helps long, thoughtful storytelling reach people who want truth instead of spectacle. Aldrich also reflected on how violence reshaped confession. Admitting harm felt risky. Silence felt safer. Accountability weakened. Weapons discouraged admission. He believed cultures needed protected spaces for confession without punishment. Without them, conscience retreated inward. Aldrich had tried to create such spaces informally, encouraging honesty without threat. Results were mixed but meaningful. He also considered how conscience aged. Younger people felt conflict sharply. Older people felt it diffusely spread across memories. Weapons accumulated weight over time. Aldrich believed unaddressed moral weight shortened lives emotionally. He also reflected on how conscience intersected with law. Laws simplified morality into rules. Rules helped manage behavior but could not replace judgment. Weapons enforced rules. They did not cultivate wisdom. Aldrich believed reliance on force weakened moral muscles. He also thought about how conscience related to forgiveness between people. Forgiveness required recognition of harm, not denial. Weapons encouraged denial. Aldrich believed denial prolonged conflict internally and socially. As Aldrich's reflections deepened further, he felt acceptance. He had not lived perfectly. No one had, but understanding allowed him to speak honestly. Honesty was conscience's final service. Before this part closes, remember to subscribe if you want to continue following this long, thoughtful journey through medieval life beyond battles and myths. Your support keeps depth alive. Aldrich's final reflection in this part centered on responsibility to speak. Silence protected comfort but endangered future generations. Sharing imperfect truth mattered more than preserving heroic images. Weapons created legends. Conscience required testimony. Aldrich rested with that understanding, knowing the story still had ground to cover. As Aldrich sensed the final narrowing of his days, his thoughts turned toward legacy again, but not in the way younger men spoke of it. He no longer cared about being remembered as brave or skilled. Those words felt thin now. What mattered was whether the habits he had lived by would outlast him, quietly shaping choices long after his name was forgotten. Weapons created memories. Habits created futures. Aldrich believed that most harm came not from singular violent acts, but from patterns repeated without reflection. Small decisions made under pressure hardened into routines. Over time, those routines became tradition. Violence fossilized behavior. He reflected on how easily temporary measures became permanent. A guard posted for safety stayed for generations. A curfew introduced during crisis never fully lifted. A harsh rule justified once became normal forever. Weapons explained the beginning. Habit explained the continuation. Aldrich believed this was how societies slowly transformed without noticing. Each generation accepted the rules it inherited as natural. He wondered how many customs people defended fiercely without remembering why they existed. Aldrich also thought about how fear traveled across time. Children learned caution from parents who learned it from their own parents. The original danger faded, but behavior remained. Weapons left emotional inheritance. Aldrich believed understanding origins could loosen unnecessary fear. He also reflected on how violence shaped craftsmanship passed down through families. Tools were designed for durability over beauty. Efficiency replaced expression. Weapons influenced design philosophy. He remembered ornate objects from earlier generations that no longer existed. Simpler items survived because they were easier to replace. Aldrich believed safety allowed beauty to return. He also thought about how violence shaped storytelling itself. Tales became warnings rather than celebrations. Stories focused on survival rather than aspiration. Weapons narrowed imagination again. Aldrich believed stories guided values more than laws. What people repeated around fires mattered deeply. If this reflection on legacy and habit is helping you see medieval life more clearly, take a moment to like the video. It helps long, thoughtful storytelling reach people who value depth over spectacle. Aldrich also considered how violence altered how people prepared the next generation. Training focused on readiness rather than curiosity. Children were taught how to endure, not how to dream. Weapons shaped education again. He believed curiosity threatened systems built on fear. Questions disrupted control. Aldrich had seen inquisitive children discouraged gently, then firmly. He believed this loss was costly. Aldrich also reflected on how violence shaped patience. Urgency dominated decision-making. Waiting felt unsafe. Weapons punished delay. He believed patience was one of peace's first casualties. Aldrich remembered moments when waiting would have prevented escalation. Instead, pressure demanded action. Aldrich also thought about how violence shaped fairness. Unequal rules were tolerated if they promised protection. Privilege was justified as necessary. Weapons excused inequality. He believed fairness restored trust faster than force ever could. Aldrich also noticed how violence reshaped time itself. People measured time by crises. Peace felt like an interruption rather than the norm. Weapons defined eras. He believed redefining peace as the default was essential for healing. As Aldrich's thoughts deepened, he felt gratitude for clarity that arrived late but honestly. Understanding did not undo harm, but it allowed him to speak without illusion. Before moving further, remember to subscribe if you want to continue this long, honest journey through medieval life beyond battles and myths. Your support keeps this depth possible. Aldrich's reflections then turned inward again. He considered what habits he himself had passed on, which instincts he had modeled, which silences he had maintained. He accepted responsibility without self-punishment. Weapons had shaped him, but they had not owned him completely. He believed choosing reflection even late mattered. The story continued onward. As Aldrich's thoughts continued to unfold, he began to understand that habit was the quiet language of power. It spoke every day, shaping behavior without speeches or commands. Violence used habit to linger long after danger passed. Weapons taught habits faster than words ever could. He reflected on how quickly people adapted to new rules during conflict. What felt unbearable at first became routine within months. People adjusted sleep, movement, and speech to survive. When peace returned, those habits stayed. Aldrich believed the human mind valued predictability over comfort. Once a pattern felt familiar, it felt safer than change. He saw this in how people resisted lifting restrictions even when threats faded. Guard posts remained staffed. Doors stayed barred. Suspicion outlived necessity. Weapons carved grooves in behavior. Aldrich also considered how habit shaped morality. Repeated actions felt justified simply because they were repeated. Doing something daily reduced its emotional weight. Weapons relied on repetition. He remembered how the first violent act weighed heavily, the second less so, and by the 10th it felt procedural. That realization haunted him more than any memory of combat. Aldrich believed that interrupting harmful habits early was essential. Once established, they defended themselves. He also reflected on how rituals could either reinforce violence or counter it. Some rituals glorified aggression. Others honored restraint and care. Weapons inspired rituals of dominance. Aldrich believed societies chose which rituals to preserve, even if unconsciously. He had seen communities mark victories loudly and losses quietly. He wondered what might change if mourning received more attention than triumph. Aldrich also thought about how habit shaped leadership. Leaders accustomed to command struggled to listen. Orders felt easier than dialogue. Weapons trained command instincts. He believed leadership in peace required unlearning habits built in crisis. Aldrich remembered leaders who could not stop ruling as if danger were imminent. Their rigidity created new conflicts. Aldrich also reflected on how habits shaped trust. Once people learned to expect betrayal, they interpreted neutral actions suspiciously. Weapons trained paranoia. He believed rebuilding trust required repeated exposure to safety, not words alone. Time mattered. If this reflection on habit and legacy is helping you see medieval life beyond surface events, take a moment to like the video. It helps long, careful storytelling reach people who value depth. Aldrich also thought about how habits were passed through teaching. Children learned routines without context. They accepted them as natural. Weapons transmitted fear silently. Aldrich believed teaching history honestly could loosen unnecessary habits. Understanding origins gave people permission to question. He also considered how habit shaped memory. Repeated narratives replaced complex reality. Stories simplified until only lessons remained. Weapons preferred simple lessons. Aldrich believed complexity protected future generations from repeating mistakes. As Aldrich's strength faded further, he found comfort in recognizing that habits could be changed. even late. Change was difficult but not impossible. He had changed some of his own. Learned to pause. Learned to listen. Learned to rest without vigilance. These small changes felt like victories. Aldrich also reflected on how peace required maintenance. It was not a state achieved once, but a practice repeated daily. Weapons ended conflicts abruptly. Peace unfolded slowly. He believed peace depended on habits of patience, fairness, and restraint. As his thoughts settled, Aldrich felt gratitude for the chance to name these truths. Even if few listened, speaking mattered. Before this part closes, remember to subscribe if you want to continue this long, thoughtful journey through medieval life beyond battles and myths. Your support allows stories like this to exist without shortcuts. Aldrich's final reflection in this part centered on hope. Not dramatic hope, but practical hope. The belief that small, repeated choices could reshape the future quietly. Weapons shaped history loudly. Habits shaped it quietly. Aldrich trusted the quiet path more. The story continued onward. As Aldrich felt the quiet approach of his final days, his thoughts turned toward teaching in its simplest form. Not instruction through command, but teaching through example. He understood now that most lessons people absorbed were not spoken. They were watched, repeated, and internalized over time. Weapons taught through display. Aldrich reflected on how often violence had been presented as a lesson in itself. Public punishments, demonstrations of force, stories exaggerated to intimidate. Each display taught obedience without understanding. Fear was an efficient teacher, but Aldrich believed fear taught the wrong curriculum. It taught silence instead of wisdom, compliance instead of judgment. He had seen generations trained to obey before thinking. That obedience kept order temporarily, but weakened resilience long-term. Weapons produced order. They did not produce wisdom. Aldrich also reflected on the power of restraint as a lesson. Moments when force was available but withheld. Those moments passed quietly, often unnoticed, yet they shaped character deeply. He remembered elders who refused escalation even when insulted. Their calm unsettled aggressors more than retaliation ever could. Aldrich believed restraint was contagious when witnessed consistently. He also thought about how patience functioned as instruction. Waiting signaled confidence. Listening signaled respect. Weapons interrupted patience. Aldrich had learned patience late, after years of urgency. He wished he had learned it earlier, before it was forced upon him by age. He also reflected on how mistakes taught lessons more powerfully than success. Victories felt validating. Failures invited reflection. Weapons hid failure behind survival. He believed communities that examined mistakes openly grew wiser than those that buried them. Aldrich remembered villages that avoided discussing past disasters. Silence protected pride but preserved error. He also considered how teaching required vulnerability. Admitting uncertainty modeled humility. Claiming certainty modeled arrogance. Weapons rewarded certainty. Aldrich believed humility prevented escalation by keeping dialogue open. If this reflection on teaching through example is helping you see medieval life more clearly, take a moment to like the video. It helps long, thoughtful storytelling reach people who value depth over spectacle. Aldrich also thought about how stories functioned as teachers. Not heroic tales alone, but everyday stories shared casually. How problems were framed taught values. Weapons dominated heroic stories. Quiet solutions were forgotten. Aldrich believed retelling quieter stories mattered. He also reflected on how teaching differed across generations. Elders taught through memory. Youth learned through experimentation. Conflict distorted both. Weapons forced early lessons. Children learned fear before curiosity. Aldrich believed protecting curiosity was essential for breaking cycles of violence. He also thought about how teaching required trust. Without trust, lessons were resisted. Fearful learners absorbed rules, not understanding. Weapons undermined trust. Aldrich believed trust had to be rebuilt deliberately, through consistency rather than persuasion. As Aldrich's thoughts continued, he considered his own role as a teacher now. Not through authority but availability. being willing to listen, being honest about limits. He had learned that teaching did not require answers. It required presence. Before moving further, remember to subscribe if you want to continue this long, honest journey through medieval life beyond battles and myths. Your support keeps this depth possible. Aldrich's reflections then turned toward forgiveness again, this time as a lesson taught by action. Forgiveness modeled release. It showed that harm did not have to define the future. Weapons modeled permanence. Forgiveness modeled change. Aldrich believed that seeing forgiveness practiced made it imaginable for others. He had forgiven some. He was still working on others. As Aldrich rested with these thoughts, he felt peace in knowing that teaching continued even when speaking stopped. How he faced his final days would be observed. He hoped to teach calm. The story continued. As Aldrich remained attentive to the way his final days unfolded, he realized that teaching did not end with explanation. Continued through demeanor, through tone, through how one met uncertainty without flinching. People noticed how elders faced decline more closely than they noticed anything they said. Weapons taught urgency. Age taught acceptance. Aldrich reflected on how often fear of death had driven violence. Men fought harder when they believed endings were humiliating. They clung to dominance because they feared weakness more than harm. Weapons promised control over endings. Aldrich believed that learning to face endings calmly could reduce the hunger for dominance. When people were less afraid of loss, they were less eager to impose it on others. He thought about how few examples of peaceful endings people witnessed. Death was hidden or dramatized. Rarely was it shown as a natural closure. Weapons made endings loud. Calm endings went unnoticed. Aldrich hoped that by facing his own ending without bitterness, he could offer a different lesson. That worth did not vanish with strength. That presence mattered more than power. He also reflected on how teaching involved letting go of outcomes. One could offer perspective but could not control how it was used. Weapons forced outcomes. Teaching invited them. Aldrich accepted that some would ignore his lessons. Others would misunderstand them. That did not invalidate the effort. He also thought about how teaching required patience across generations. Change rarely appeared where it was planted. It emerged later elsewhere. Weapons sought immediate effect. Aldrich believed patience trusted unseen growth. He remembered teachers from his youth whose words made no sense then, but returned decades later with clarity. Understanding arrived when experience made room for it. Aldrich also reflected on how teaching involved humility about one's own errors. Admitting mistakes gave permission for others to learn without shame. Weapons concealed error behind necessity. Aldrich believed acknowledging error dismantled fear. He also thought about how communities taught values through what they protected. What they guarded fiercely revealed priorities. Weapons protected borders. Communities could choose to protect people. Aldrich believed shifting protection from territory to dignity changed everything. If this reflection on teaching, endings, and quiet influence is helping you see medieval life beyond myths and battles, take a moment to like the video. It helps long, thoughtful storytelling reach people who value depth and honesty. Aldrich also reflected on how teaching involved modeling curiosity even in old age. Asking questions signaled that learning never stopped. Weapons discouraged questions. Aldrich continued asking about others' lives, their worries, their hopes. He listened more than he spoke. He found that listening itself taught calm. He also thought about how teaching involved creating space for others to speak. Silence could be generous when it invited voice. Weapons filled silence with threat. Aldrich believed shared silence could heal. As Aldrich's strength waned further, he felt gratitude for small interactions. A nod, a shared glance, a moment of understanding without words. Teaching sometimes occurred in those moments. He also reflected on how teaching required consistency. Occasional restraint did not counter habitual aggression. Patterns mattered. Weapons relied on consistency to intimidate. Aldrich believed consistency in kindness reshaped expectations. He also considered how teaching extended beyond life. Habits observed now would be remembered later. Weapons created monuments. Teaching created practices. Aldrich believed practices mattered more. Before this part closes, remember to subscribe if you want to continue following this long, thoughtful journey through medieval life beyond battles and myths. Your support allows stories like this to exist without shortcuts. Aldrich's final reflection in this part centered on trust. Trust that honesty mattered. Trust that patience mattered. Trust that people could choose differently if given space and example. Weapons denied trust. Teaching extended it. As his thoughts settled, Aldrich felt at peace with uncertainty. He did not need to see results. He had offered what he could. The story continued toward its final chapter. As Aldrich sensed that his time was drawing to its quiet close, his thoughts became less about instruction and more about presence. He understood that words mattered, but how one occupied the final moments mattered more. People watched closely now, not out of curiosity, but out of instinct. Endings taught lessons whether intended or not. Weapons had taught him urgency. The absence of them taught him stillness. Aldrich noticed how stillness made room for clarity. Without the pressure to act, thoughts settled into order. Regrets no longer shouted. They lined up calmly, each asking to be acknowledged rather than erased. He believed that acknowledging regret without self-hatred was a form of honesty rarely modeled. Most people hid regret behind pride or drowned it in distraction. Weapons encouraged distraction. Aldrich chose attention instead. He reflected on how often people believed meaning required drama. They expected final moments to be filled with speeches, reconciliations, or revelations. Instead, Aldrich found meaning in ordinary breaths, in the steady rhythm of life continuing around him. Meaning did not announce itself. He also thought about how fear of insignificance drove much violence. People wanted proof they mattered. Dominance promised recognition. Weapons promised significance quickly. Aldrich believed significance came from continuity, from being part of something that extended beyond individual life. He watched younger people pass by, engaged in their own worries and plans. He felt no resentment. Their movement reassured him. Life was not ending. It was continuing. Aldrich believed accepting continuity reduced the need to control outcomes. He also reflected on how violence had interrupted continuity repeatedly. Lives ended abruptly. Skills vanished. Stories broke off mid-sentence. Weapons created gaps. Aldrich believed peace stitched those gaps slowly. He thought about how few people saw peace as active work. Many assumed peace was simply the absence of conflict. Aldrich knew better. Peace required effort, attention, and maintenance. Weapons ended fights. Peace prevented them. Aldrich had learned this late but clearly. If this reflection on endings and continuity is helping you see medieval life beyond battles and myths, take a moment to like the video. It helps long, thoughtful storytelling reach people who value depth over spectacle. Aldrich also reflected on gratitude. Not dramatic gratitude for survival, but quiet gratitude for understanding. Understanding softened memories that once cut sharply. He was grateful for mistakes that taught humility, for losses that revealed value, for moments of restraint that had gone unnoticed. Weapons had shaped his path, but they had not defined it completely. He believed people were more than the tools they used. Aldrich also thought about how final impressions lingered longer than final words. People remembered how someone listened, not what they said. How they treated the powerless, not how they addressed the powerful. Weapons reversed that attention. Aldrich believed attention could be trained differently. He also reflected on forgiveness one last time, not as a dramatic act, but as a posture. A willingness to release resentment daily rather than in a single gesture. Weapons sustained resentment. Aldrich believed releasing it freed energy for care. He had forgiven some who never asked. Not to absolve them, but to free himself. Aldrich also thought about how endings affected those left behind. Grief needed space. Rushing it caused harm. Weapons rushed grief. Aldrich hoped his calm would give others permission to grieve slowly. He also considered how his story might be remembered. He did not want to be simplified into a lesson or a warning. He wanted complexity preserved. Weapons simplified narratives. Aldrich believed complexity honored truth. Before we move further, remember to subscribe if you want to continue supporting long, honest storytelling that resists simple answers. Your support keeps this kind of work alive. Aldrich's thoughts then turned outward again. He listened to the sounds of ordinary life. Footsteps, voices, tools at work. Life was busy with its own concerns. He felt comforted by being unnecessary. Aldrich believed letting go of importance was the final act of humility. As he rested, he felt a gentle alignment between memory and present moment. Past no longer demanded defense. Present no longer demanded action. The story moved quietly forward. As Aldrich's breathing slowed and the world narrowed to immediate sensation, he became aware that endings were rarely sharp. They arrived softly, like dusk rather than night. There was no clear boundary where life stopped being active and started being remembered. Instead, there was a gentle thinning. He realized that this was true of most things violence tried to simplify. Weapons forced sharp endings. Life preferred gradual ones. Aldrich listened to the small sounds around him. Wood settling, wind brushing stone, the faint rhythm of people living nearby. None of it acknowledged his importance, and that felt right. He believed the world did not need witnesses to justify itself. Aldrich reflected on how often violence had been driven by the desire to matter urgently, to be seen, to leave a mark quickly. Weapons promised immediate relevance, yet relevance earned through force faded quickly, leaving scars rather than meaning. Aldrich believed meaning accumulated quietly through consistency, through being present, through not escalating when escalation was possible. He remembered moments when he had chosen restraint without knowing why. At the time, those moments felt insignificant. Now they stood out clearly. Small refusals had mattered. He also thought about how fear of being forgotten fueled cruelty. People acted harshly to avoid insignificance. They confused attention with value. Weapons rewarded attention. Aldrich believed value came from contribution, not domination. He had contributed in imperfect ways. That was enough. As his thoughts drifted, Aldrich returned again to the idea of continuity. The people around him would keep working, arguing, loving, and making mistakes. His absence would create a brief adjustment, then life would flow around it. This did not sadden him, comforted him. Weapons interrupted continuity violently. Peace allowed continuity to absorb loss. Aldrich believed peace was generous in that way. He also reflected on how truth survived best when it was not shouted. Quiet truth lasted longer. It traveled through example rather than proclamation. Weapons shouted truth through force. It rarely lasted. Aldrich hoped his story, told quietly, would settle somewhere unseen and influence choices he would never witness. That was enough. If this long journey through medieval life, violence, restraint, and reflection has meant something to you, take a moment now to subscribe. Long-form stories like this exist because people choose depth over speed. Aldrich felt no need for final words. Everything he wanted to say had already been shown in how he lived his final days. Calm, tension, release. He accepted that some would misunderstand him. Others would romanticize parts and ignore others. That too was part of continuity. Weapons demanded agreement. Life allowed interpretation. Aldrich's final awareness was not of regret or fear, but of alignment. His inner pace finally matched the world's pace. There was no rush. Violence had once taught him urgency. Age taught him patience. Understanding taught him peace. As the story came to rest, there was no dramatic closure, only continuation elsewhere, and that was the truest ending he could imagine. Before the story ends completely, if you found value in this deep, human exploration of medieval life beyond myths and battles, share it with someone who appreciates slow, thoughtful history. Stories like this survive through people who pass them on.